Hello everyone and welcome to round 5 of the European Club Cup. My name is Fiona Steil-Antoni. I'm here with Grandmaster David Howell. And David, today, round 5, things are really heating up.
Yeah, we're approaching the end now. Only 3 rounds remain, including today's action. And we are seeing those leaders face off against each other. We're waiting for Magnus Carlsen on the picture there, but he'll be facing Vincent Keimer. We've got some other huge games for you. And this is where things will be decided eventually, Fiona.
Absolutely. I think we'll wait for Magnus to arrive to see the handshake there before we bring up the slides with the results, the standings. We see Arian in discussion there with one of the arbiters.
I do believe there's a rule, I'm not sure if it's in place in this tournament, that a certain number of players have to be present as part of your team, or a certain percentage in order to even make your first move. So perhaps saying to Arian Tari here, he's not allowed to move despite being at the board because his teammates aren't there right now.
Yeah, as we can see, only 2 players have arrived so far, Arian Tari and Eric Hansen. You are right that probably 2 players is not enough. So despite Arian being white and his clock running, he has to wait for his teammates to arrive. So maybe, okay, now we're looking at the other side of the playing hall, where actually that's where the players arrive from. So is that Is that Magnus actually?
In the background?
No, I don't think so. Someone with big hair.
Someone with big hair, but plenty of chess players have big hair, Fiona. And in the foreground, I think we see French Grandmaster Sébastien Mazet just there. But yeah, either way, it's not mind games. It's not part of the strategy. It's just a habit that Magnus Carlsen and co and all his colleagues seem to have. Just to dodge the press, dodge the cues at the...
Magnus, a bad influence on his teammates?
No comment. But it's understandable. Often there are long queues at security where they go through these anti-cheating checks, and that can cause delays, that can make players not want to arrive necessarily on time. And there is, I believe, a 15-minute default time, so they will be here soon. One
match that has started on all boards, we can see it there now. We'll be playing plenty of attention to it today. On the right-hand side of your screen, the top seeds, Super Chess, they are taking on the 3rd seeds, Agnières from France. So on the top board there, we have a big clash, they all the way in the back, between Richard Rapport and Maxime Vachier Lagrave, and there is Magnus in the background arriving with his team in tow, Frode Urkedal, Pranav and Raunak Sadwani.
Yeah, so we will see action on board too, but Super Chess, I mean, now is when they really need to up their game, play even more Super Chess than they have been doing so far. Actually, we've seen some close matches in recent days, Fiona, and yeah, right now, is it about winning at all costs? Is it about being solid? So many different match strategies, and we're going to learn a lot from the opening phases of each game.
Absolutely. Before we jump into the game, let's quickly bring up the results from yesterday to keep you guys up to speed in case you missed it. So we saw the 4 favorites winning, all of them by the smallest of margins, which is a sign that things are heating up. Super Chess winning Offerspiel, Novibor and Agnières. If we take a quick look at the standings, you'll see that these 4 teams are now the only ones on a perfect score, and right behind them, Chartres, the only team on 7 points. We'll also take a look there later on today. And just now, before we jump into the action, let's take a quick look at today's pairings.
And we do see the pairings there, as you mentioned a bit earlier, Fiona. Super Chess face off against French team Agnières, Offerspiel against reigning champions Novibor. Those are the 2 matches we will be focusing the most on. The teams slightly below them have dropped a few points and will really need to keep winning in order to keep the pressure on. It's tight at the top and no room for error anymore.
Absolutely. You know what? I suggest that we start today with the top board, Super Chess, against Agnières, if only for the reason that they have probably made more moves because they started on time. So let's jump into Richard Rapport against Maxime Vachier Lagrave.
That's right. Big clash here. Yesterday we saw both of these 2 players make solid draws. Richard Rapport held Shakur Mamedyarov to a draw, I believe, and Vasily Graf did eventually hold a tough game against Nihal Sarin, but he was on the defensive for a long time, and he has black again, Vasily Graf. It's interesting, the colours here, I was actually expecting different pairings, but a lot of the top teams, they have been faced with these double colours, and Vasily Graf is the unlucky player to take 2 blacks in a row, and it's the Sicilian defence in this game. Just move 5, not too much action to report on, but if we do a quick rewind, we see the Sicilian, and it's the bishop b5 check variation, which Maxime usually does block with his bishop. He's one of the kind of top players who's very consistent with his opening repertoire. A lot of top players recently have been blocking with their knight instead, but Maxime is true to form. Maybe walking in some preparation here, but Richard Rapport known for trying to play creative chess. And watch out for white to push the pawn to d4 soon, and we'll see a Maroczy bind pawn structure.
You'd say watch out for d4, and Viel has certainly done that, responding here with e5, making sure that d4 does not appear on the board anytime soon. And Richard, the first player to go into the tank. So now that d4 has been put a stop to, is that pawn just going to step 1 square forward?
Yeah, and just as you say it, he plays it. We saw Richard Rapport make the move there on the camera. He reaches out, he plays d3. He's very flexible here, still pawn breaks available despite the closed structure. And later on, white may play for a3, b4. Maybe white will move the knight out the way and push a pawn to f4. But yeah, it's a close position. Maybe part of the match strategy again, not deciding, not being too direct, not playing anything too risky at this early stage.
Yeah, in this match, we'll get to that in a second, but I think the 2 bottom boards is where the biggest rating gap is, so maybe Super Chess betting on those 2 players. But for now, let's go to former world champion Vishy Anand, who is black against Martirosyan, a very informed player.
Yeah, Martirosyan has been, well, crushing through that 2700 barrier in recent times. He's had a fantastic 12 months, a medal at a World Blitz Championship, and a gain of a lot of rating points. He starts with white. Let's go back to the start. It was the Queen's Gambit accepted, which nearly every top player has switched towards recently. It's just crazy, the trend of this opening. The theory has been progressing really fast there, and okay, this pawn has been captured. It will be retaken, as we see now, and this is the kind of the beginning of the Queen's Gambit accepted, the main position where white has various tries. White can bring a knight out, white can take a pawn, white can even sacrifice by pushing forward in the center. Lots of potential moves here. Bishop to e2, dropping back, maybe aiming to utilize this diagonal a bit later, and after a trade of pawns, queen to c2. I'm not sure I've seen this maneuver before. Usually white players, they kind of fianchetto their bishop. This is more traditional, but now big threat on the board. Some tension against the black queen. Anand, he's usually the one launching the surprises these days. He relies heavily on opening preparation, but against his younger colleague, he's the first one to pause.
Yeah, we see that Hayek has gone up. He's blitzed out all his moves. Let's try to understand what queen c2 might be about.
Yeah, queen c2, I guess it was just to clear the d1 square for white's rook. Staring down at the black queen, I'm expecting the black queen to either move. She has a choice of a few squares, or the d file to be blocked. And the most natural way, I guess, would be to play a move such as bishop to d7 developing. This is always the worst piece for white, for black, sorry. This bishop on c8, and you can block the d file very healthily. You can block it with a knight as well. Lots of choice. It's a symmetrical pawn structure. In this game, it seems to me as if Martirosyan, he's prepared something where he'll test Anand a little bit. He has a small lead in development with white, but even if things go wrong, white should always be relatively safe here. So again, we'll see that kind of theme throughout team matches, especially at the top, where you simply cannot afford to lose with white. And yeah, right now, a solid start for both players in this game.
Absolutely. Do you think white will... Oh, actually, we see a move there by Vishy, who does decide to block with the bishop. Do you think white will still fianchetto the dark squared bishop to b2?
Yeah, I think very likely in the next few moves, maybe he'll fianchetto the other bishop as well. I say fianchetto, but at least put it on a long diagonal. And yeah, pressure on Anand. I'm not sure he enjoys these positions too much, but clearly he has been instructed. We've actually seen this throughout the last 3 days, Fiona. With black super chess, their superstars have been told to just be solid. especially with black, and it's the white players who are kind of let loose to go for it and take risks.
Absolutely. So we'll come back to this one in a little while. For now, let's go to board 3, Bogdan Deac against Jules Moussard. And there yesterday we saw two different fates. Bogdan lost his game while Jules was the big scorer. That was the last game we followed on the broadcast. And we see yet another Sicilian, as you mentioned. It's really been all the rage lately again.
Yeah, and let's go back to the start. This is not one of the main lines of the Sicilian. It feels like some special preparation here from Bogdan Daniel Deac. And okay, an open Sicilian, bishop to d3. I've got to say, nearly every player just automatically, kind of without thought, defends this pawn with their knight. In some cases, they defend the pawn by pushing to f3, but bishop d3, I very rarely have encountered this one. And the whole idea after the knight comes out is to just simply trade and castle. Very quick development, but you have improved black's pawn structure by allowing black to take on c6. Black has a massive pawns, which might all march forward later. Yeah, interesting stuff. The fact that Deac has been spending 2 minutes here, I'm not sure how much to read into that. It doesn't feel like freestyle type of play. It feels like some type of preparation.
I am surprised, I have to say, by Deac's choice. Where do you think White's, because White is supposed, of course, to try and get a little edge out of the opening, where do you think that edge could come from?
Yeah, I think depending on how black sets up, there's kind of a major choice right now. It's a fork in the road where to put this black bishop, whether to put it on e7 or g7, depending on which you prefer. You will push a pawn accordingly. Okay, he makes the decision before I had to. Pawn to g6 here. I was going to say one idea for white in the near future will be to play a move such as e5 to support that one. Okay, he actually fianchettos his bishop, Bogdan Daniel Deac here, and if white ever does get the move e5, I was going to say, then black's pawn structure will be ruined. There will be capture of pawns. Black will be left with some isolated pawns there. And yeah, meanwhile, black just has kind of nice, solid structure. And I think black is happy to see pieces come off the board in the near future, if possible. So Moussard, I just expect him to castle, maybe even play a move such as knight d7, just to trade off dart squared bishops. And we'll see a slow maneuvering game. But yeah, very level at this stage.
Yeah, the moves are still coming in fast, with Jules now being the first to pause. So we're going to move on to board 4, Gregorio Parin against Jordan van Foreest.
Okay, and this one, very recognizable opening, Fiona. It is the Italian game. Let's just go back very quickly from the start. We began with the typical Italian, and here pawn to d3, a very slow system. I notice, just to mention, this bishop e7 move, it kind of isn't as trendy as bringing the bishop out all the way to c5, but Jordan van Foreest, Magnus Carlsen, Daniel Dubov, those close friends, that close-knit group, that team who study together, they all seem to be playing bishop to e7, and they have some very specific ideas here for black. And if we continue further down, white gaining space, computers love this type of idea these days, just clamping down on the queen side. And by playing a6 himself, black is saying, okay, you have more space on that side of the board, but I am solid. And it might be a fight for who can get a central break first. I expect black to just play a move like bishop e6, and it's very, very solid stuff. Slow maneuvering game ahead.
Absolutely. So we'll move on now to board 5 here. I expect the action to come much later. Let's check in with the bottom 2 boards. As I mentioned, this is where Super Chess have a big rating advantage. On board 5, Vladimir Fedoseev against Sergei Movsesian.
Yeah, and this is the game we see closest to us on the camera. Fedoseev looking away right now. Maybe he's launched the first surprise against Movsesian, but yeah, a bit strange to see both players thinking at this early stage. Still well-known theory, a well-known position, of course. Movsesian tends to have quite a, well, I was going to say quite a set repertoire, but occasionally he ducks and dodges and dives around his opponent's preparation. And maybe just this block with a knight on b2 a few moves ago, just to show what happened, we saw the Bogo Indian with a check on white's king. I think most players these days block with the bishop. If they do block with the knight, then often they want to immediately challenge this black bishop. But Fedoseev, the fact that he's fianchettoed here, maybe just surprising Movsesian. Yeah, he's normally quite a quick kind of intuitive, practical player, Movsesian, so I'm very surprised to see him think. But the main move is to just castle his black and then to challenge in the center a bit later.
Yeah, we'll see what he goes for. Interesting, I'm with you that he hasn't made his move yet, but I think it makes sense. When you've been surprised in the opening, what is your personal experience with when you get surprised in a very early stage?
Oh, I'm quite extreme, Fiona. I spend like 30 minutes just recovering from the mental shock, even if I know what I'm going to play. But that's why I said Movsesian's far more practical than me, because he often has a big time edge on the clock and he trusts his instincts. How about you? How do you react to surprises?
Not well. I mean, I don't play very often these days. So yeah, I do tend to spend quite a bunch of time, because even at the lower levels, of course, I play, you know, at a level 500 points below this one, but everyone these days is so well prepared. You can't escape opening theory at any level. And yeah, with that said, let's move on to board 6. Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces against Kirill Shevchenko, who you can see in the foreground there on the right-hand side.
Yeah, and Shevchenko, one of the stars for Super Chess yesterday, getting a very important win with white. Now he has black, and this is maybe one of the most fun positions we've seen so far today. Every other board looks very kind of slow, solid, kind of following theory to some extent. This one, yeah, it's kind of left the realms of kind of mainline theory, at least very, very early on. And let's show how we got here. It was another Sicilian defense. We've seen 3 or 4 already in this match. Black playing e6 and no open Sicilian. Cornet, a man true to...
one of your favorites.
Exactly. This one is very close to my heart. Pawn to c3, just aiming to build a pawn center. Black challenges, and actually rather than go into the kind of main line of the c3 Sicilian, which would involve taking this pawn, and black would have a choice now how to recapture, white steps forward. And this is mainly geared towards the fact that Shevchenko, as far as I'm aware, doesn't employ the French defense too often. So if black were to play just a standard developing move, such as knight to c6, white could push, and this is a direct transposition to the advanced French. But instead, he's obliged, as a Sicilian player, not to allow that. He pushes forward, stopping and taking away that option from white. And now just pawn to d3. I'm not so familiar with this one. I used to play bishop d3 myself here. And I had a nice win once against Nepomniachtchi, but yeah, this one, it looks like white has just installed a pawn on e5, clamping down on some space and just ready to complete development. Big question for me, though, is what happens if black goes pawn hunting? I think this is the critical, you told me I keep saying acid test, so I'm going to say the critical juncture for the opening if black does attack this pawn already.
It's a big question. I mean, I can, at first sight, only see one way to defend, which is bishop f4, but surely that's not a move you want to make.
No, we've been saved by the bell here, saved by Magnus Carlsen. He doesn't play bishop f4, I guess this would just ruin the white pawn structure. Long term, white would have doubled f-pawns. He instead plays knight to a3. Okay, so at least we know he's in preparation. Whether Shevchenko is another matter. This is
It's interesting because Matthieu spent a bit of time to get to this position, but then played what looked like in a critical moment knight a3 very quickly. So it's more likely that he was just trying to remember his lines. And yeah, I think we have to see what happens if black takes on e5.
Yeah, which way? First question, Fiona. It feels like a coin flip, 50-50, heads or tails.
Maybe with the g knight just to keep the diagonal a bit more closed.
Yeah, and the big question is, does white bring out a bishop to f4 now that the black knight has been lured away, or is knight b5 the move? Apparently not. Knight b5 would allow, I guess, just to capture on f3 first, and then the black queen is free to choose whichever square she wants. For example, queen to b6. So
bishop f4?
I'm wondering actually, maybe it's knight takes knight, because black cannot take with the queen. Queen takes e5, walks into a nasty check, and the queen drops. So if knight takes knight, maybe now knight to b5 or bishop to f4. Now both of those are more appealing, right?
For sure. Let's check knight b5 first.
The queen looks like it should guard its fellow knight, but maybe some argument for a counterattack. Let's say I drop back.
Wow.
Ooh.
Now bishop f4?
Yeah, and pin, probably win, but I'll try and defend.
I mean, at the very least, I can recapture on d4.
Yeah, you can take back your pawn. Probably you want more.
Yeah, maybe I'll just castle and bring a rook to e1. The black king looks in a world of pain, or do you see something even more concrete?
Oh, I don't know. I may be just being greedy here. I kind of want to exchange and somehow kind of put a rook on c1 and then bring a knight to c7. I'm allowing a check. I'm very aware of this. Maybe I trade off this knight first, just to force you to take back with a pawn. I mean, it looks scary either way.
It looks more than just scary. It looks frankly bad.
Yeah, it looks terrible for black. All pieces on the back rank. And this must be the big idea. So in the current position, maybe a bit of a trap. Maybe this pawn is poisoned. I'm not sure whether taking with the c knight makes any difference. The evaluation bar reacts less to that, at least.
Yes.
But maybe it would be just pragmatic here, walking into some preparation to develop, get castled, and only later start to think about
Yeah, and
greed.
the difference, of course, of taking with the c knight first is that after knight takes, you can now recapture with the queen because there's no more bishop takes c6.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's just an empty square. So, yeah.
My instinct's letting me down again.
No. It was my instinct too, Fiona. So we're in it together. But knight takes e5. I think if he might take a long think here, Kirill Shevchenko. If he's feeling brave, if he feels he wants to win for the team, then he might take this pawn. If he wants to be solid, he might just move his bishop. And remember the match instructions. We are theorizing here, but we think Ivan Sokolov, the team captain, has told the players with black to just kind of play with a straight bat, just keep things tight at the end.
Yeah, I would be shocked if he took that pawn, but we will find out. I think for now it is time. We have let you guys wait have made you wait long enough. Let's go to the board 2 match between Offerspiel and Novi Bor, where on top board we see Carlsen against Keimer. And David, maybe for the people who are not aware, you can tell us a bit about the match that the two had in the recently concluded World Cup.
Yeah, so Vincent Keimer, he's still young. He's a teenage talent from Germany, and in the recent World Cup that Magnus Carlsen went on to win, Vincent was the closest to stopping him. Vincent, I can't remember exactly which round. I'm not sure. I think it was just before the quarterfinals. It was a while ago. Vincent did take the first game off Magnus. Vincent, when he had white, beat Magnus, and Magnus, on demand, had to strike back with the white pieces himself. And Magnus got very lucky. Vincent actually had a winning move there. He could have pretty much clinched it on the spot, knocked out Magnus, but he missed the opportunity, went into an equal endgame. But we all know Magnus Carlsen's endgame skills, and eventually Magnus was able to grind it out and win later in the tie breaks. So there's a score to settle for Vincent, but he will surely have taken confidence from the fact that he got closest out of everyone to stopping the world number one. And Magnus himself admitted in interviews afterwards that he was on the brink of elimination. He was kind of really not confident at all about making it past his younger rival.
Yeah, and it was such an important tournament for Magnus Carlsen. The World Cup was one of the only events he hadn't won yet, so he went on to win another feather in his cap, and he's looking very relaxed today. Let's go back to the beginning here and see what we missed.
Yeah, another Sicilian. It's strange. Normally at the top level we see kind of these massive trends. For a while everyone was playing the Berliners black, then everyone switched to the Marshall, now everyone's kind of switched back to the Sicilian. And this is the open Sicilian, this last move signifying the Najdorf variation. And Magnus, he actually joked when he was with us in the studio yesterday that putting a bishop on c4 against the Sicilian is very effective. And of course, it was used by Fischer back in the day and various strong players since, but I've very rarely seen Magnus play with a bishop on c4, especially against the Najdorf. Usually he goes for other lines, and Vincent, in the World Cup, we should mention, played e5 on move 1 against Magnus. He's been known to play Caro-Khans, he plays lots of kind of Roy Lopez's black, but this main line Sicilian, maybe Magnus trying to target an a4, signifying a positional approach rather than kind of those kind of crazy attacks with throwing pawns forward in the center. And yeah, let's catch up with the current game position. Bishop to e3. Both sides have castled on the king side, Fiona. Are we disappointed, or do we think this is just typical Magnus?
I think it's typical Magnus. I think Magnus knows today that his teammates will be looking up to him on board 1. He is playing with the white pieces. He's the only rating favorite in this match. So he will certainly try his best to take Vincent down, but he's not going for one of the most aggressive approaches against the knight. What's interesting to me is that both players have spent a bunch of time. Of course, Magnus was maybe around 5 minutes late, so he hasn't actually spent as much time as what the clocks would indicate, and Vincent seemingly surprised by Magnus's approach.
Yeah, understandably. Vincent could not have predicted this. It's pretty much impossible to predict Magnus Carlsen's openings. I played him back in March, and I looked at the database for about 20 minutes, and I was like, okay, let's just turn it off. Let's turn off the computer. Magnus literally plays every opening under the sun, and he plays them really well.
Yes.
So you just have to prepare your own stuff and hope that he walks into your prep. But bishop c4 combined with a4, a really rare setup as far as I know, and that has forced Vincent to think. A few options for black. You can play in hedgehog fashion. You can kind of push a pawn forward to b6 and fianchetto the bishop here. You can try to challenge white's knight, like similar to what we saw in that game between Deac and Musard. I'm not sure black should be trying to strike out in the center yet. That would come at the cost of an isolated pawn. And you can also just bring the knight out, bring the queen out, the typical knight-off maneuvers. But Vincent will spend a bit of time getting accustomed to this exact position.
Absolutely. We'll see which plan he decides on. For now, let's move to board 2, Nils Grandelius against Raundi Sadwani.
Yeah, and there we see in the background of the picture Sadwani in his blue shirt, his lucky shirt, I believe. And he has already played quite a lot of moves in this game. Queens are off the board. It has come from the dreaded Berlin. I won't say the boring Berlin. It's, let's just do...
Hey, let's move on.
Let's move on. Okay, we'll stick with this one for a few seconds, Fiona. This is my favorite opening, the Berlin, trying to capture a pawn, trying to trade queens off early. There are some forcing lines, of course, here, where queens are quickly hoovered off the board. And okay, king to e8, the big trend nowadays. This is still well-known stuff. And yeah, here there are actually maybe other moves that I'm more familiar with, bishop to e7 among them. But fianchettoing now on b7, I am aware that this is a move, and white has just played knight to d4. Nils Grandelius, I should mention, kind of used to work with Magnus Carlsen. He's well known as a second opening theoretician, and he, okay, I shouldn't give away too many secrets here, but he works a lot on the Spanish. He's actually done a chessable course, for example, an opening video series on this opening. So,
yeah, it would be very interesting to see what Raundi has in mind. I guess for now we're still following mainline theory, or have we deviated from the main lines already?
Up until 2 moves ago, I was very familiar. Now I'm not 100% sure what black should be doing. Of course, you can take this knight. The move you want to play as black would be to castle queenside, but unfortunately your king has already moved. Whoops. You've already moved the king twice, so that's not legal. You could also pin this white knight, but unfortunately white can break the pin with gain of time. White can attack the rook and suddenly defend his own rook, and you'll be left embarrassed because this black knight is also under fire. So yeah, I think you can't hold this one together with tactics. You have to be very concrete. I expect a capture of the knights, but now white's knight will come forward to f5. e6 is already in the air. Black has the long-term advantage of the bishop pair, but in the meantime, your king can never castle, so your rooks can't connect. You do have a slightly inferior pawn structure, white having this pawn on e5, and black with the queenside pawn mass. All in all, these positions tend to be quite solid for black, but yeah, Nils, he's one of the better players I know on the white side of these positions. We talked about the Berlin Slayer, Maxi Vasily-Graf, and I would put Nils a bit behind that, but definitely up there with the white side.
And me, as not a fan of the Berlin defense, I'm all for rooting for white. Maybe discourage a few people from playing the Berlin. We'll see how this one goes. For now, let's move on to board 3. Where Ariantari was allowed to start his game, and he's taking on David Navarro.
Okay, and guess what opening it started as, Fiona? It was the Berlin, but
again, the anti-Berlin.
The anti-Berlin, that's right. So
at least we keep the queens on.
This is true, for now.
For now.
So black tries to play the Berlin, tries to take this pawn in the center, and the anti-Berlin is when this is prevented. White playing pawn to d3, and after a trade of pieces, the game really takes a slower turn here. The structure isn't as fluid as in many openings, and okay, I'm liking the V here, the inverted pyramid.
I was just going to say that.
Sorry, Fiona. one of your favorite pawn structures when it's the other way around. But yeah, it's a battle of the knights versus the bishops, and because it's so blocked, I quite like the knights. White's king h1 as well, hinting that this knight on f3 is going to move out the way in the near future, and the f-pawn might start coming forward. This could definitely spring to life. Navarra plays this himself with the white pieces, so it's interesting that Tari is kind of taking a leaf out of his opponent's book here.
Speaking of pawn structures, if white ever plays c3, we'll have a very big bathtub pawn structure.
The bathtub, this is like a jacuzzi, let alone a bathtub, the hot tub, with white being really flexible to push with d4. But this, yeah, you've got to be careful. The bathtub is not always the most sturdy of formations, and d3 could become a weakness if black is able to bring rooks to the d file.
Our producer saying it's the extended bathtub with 3 pawns on the floor.
I'm liking it. It's been renovated, this bathtub, this bathroom.
Okay, so we're in the early stages here, so we'll come back in a short while. Let's move on to Van Nguyen against Pranav.
Okay, and again, a very kind of classic opening here. It started as the Roy Lopez, if we just quickly go from the start. And no Berlin this time, which would have been black's knight coming out first. Here we see mainline.
You know what I think? I think we can feel today, from what we've seen so far from the top 2 matches, that it's the big clashes, because we haven't seen, all the games are very solid. We haven't seen any extravagant opening choices, nothing too sharp, nothing too crazy. So everyone playing it nice and safe so far in these matches.
What you're saying, Fiona, is that we haven't seen 1a6 in any matches. The days of 1a6, they're long gone.
I mean, have we seen anything against e4? We've only seen e5 and c5.
Pretty much. Yesterday we saw a lot of Frenches, but
Yeah,
today
but today,
it's
no.
purely Sicilians and
mostly
Spanishes.
e4, actually,
Yeah.
from what we've seen so far. Anyway, I digress. Sorry, David. Let's go back to the game.
No. I mean, it's a good point. I mean, you mentioned e4 in most of these battles. e4 these days by the top players, especially if they know they're facing e5, tends to be when they want to play with a safety latch on and take minimal risk. e4 used to be the most attacking move. Nowadays, it's regarded as very, very solid for white. So, okay, this is the Archangel variation, the Archangelsk. I don't know how to pronounce it.
I think the latter was, yeah, it was very good.
Thank you. With the bishop coming to c5, this becomes very direct, much more so than the kind of the main line with bishop on e7. And here, a bit of a trick, pawn to a5. This is a sacrifice, and it's well known that in a position like this, white actually can whip up a huge initiative by sacrificing on the a5 square and giving up some material, giving up the exchange, just to open up the center. And I once fell into this trick myself as black. Here, your knight is attacked, and if you ever capture on e5, you're going to walk into all sorts of knight forks. Knight takes f7 is a double attack, knight c6 is a triple attack. So this is one opening trap that everyone needs to be aware of. Pawn to a5, this was rightly declined by a bishop dropping back. White plays the slow h3 to stop black activating the other bishop. And after a few maneuvering moves, rook a8 looks a bit odd. The rook just came from a8 a few turns ago, but now that the queenside is locked, you have the luxury of time. You defend your bishop. And yeah, this is still well-known stuff until bishop to a2. And Fiona, yesterday we saw the player with white here when go, I think, 25 moves into theory and secure a draw. Do you think it's another case of that?
Yeah, we can tell from his time management. An hour 33 on the clock. Bishop a2 looks a bit mysterious at first. I guess the idea is that you want to play maybe b4 and secure the pawn on a5. So I guess one of the questions is what happens if black takes on a5 immediately here?
Very good question. Knight takes a5 and the evaluation bar doesn't react. So it is actually a pawn sacrifice. You can regain the pawn if you're white here by, for example, taking on f7 with your bishop. A discovered attack against black's knight, but usually in the Spanish, it's a cardinal sin to give away your light squared bishop. Here, maybe the compensation is that black's king is slightly vulnerable.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like too big of a deal right now, but maybe if the queen comes to b3 and at some point the light squares g6, f5 might be a bit vulnerable, but at least there's no crushing attack on the horizon immediately.
Yeah, it's just one of those kind of psychological warfare moments where white plays an odd move. Bishop to a2 is not this standard move. Often the bishop actually drops back to c2, but yeah, it feels like a big shock by Wen here, and Pranav, he's doing the right thing. He's just composing himself, maybe calculating a bit, and he'll either decide to go a bit risky, walk into his opponent's preparation by taking a pawn, the most ambitious move, or he might just slow play it, just continue developing as black.
Okay, we'll see what he comes up with. I agree with you that he's doing the right thing to pause, but he has to be careful not to pause for too long.
Don't do a David Howell and think 45 minutes for no reason. Just eventually you've got to make a decision and decide.
Would you take the pawn on a5?
I think I would.
Intuitively?
Intuitively, yes. I think I would certainly at least dedicate most of my thinking time towards it. It's definitely the critical move, the acid test of White's opening concept. And yeah, if you take this pawn, you just have to be 100% sure you're not losing immediately, but once you work that out, then it's a matter of taste. The lazy part of me wants to just play bishop b7 though, and Pranav will shortly make that decision.
Hopefully for him anyway. For now, we're going to move on to board 4, Erik Hansen against David Anton.
Yeah, and the clock times for Offerspill, the Norwegian team in this match, not looking too positive.
Bit worrisome, yes.
This is still a relatively well-known position, and Erik Hansen has invested 25 minutes. David Anton choosing the Caro-Kann, the first, or one of the first non-Sicilians or non-Spanish openings we've seen so far today. And this variation with d3, again, very trendy, often employed by players who want to play safe with white, hoping for maybe a slightly more favourable endgame if the queens come off early. But David Anton, that's not his style. He never chooses the boring way out, the quiet way out. Instead, he keeps pieces on the board with queen to c7. This is a bit of a waiting move. You want to put a pawn on e5 if you're given time. So white trades off in the centre and starts chipping away at black's central pawn. And yeah, I've seen this position before multiple times. I'm really surprised that Erik Hansen is thinking. One of the main ideas here is a move such as g3, just to start harassing.
Do you know if the Caro-Kann is part of that? Is that one of David Anton's main openings?
He's played it before. He plays a lot of different stuff. According to the opponent, he tends to tailor his opening strategy, the Spaniard here. But yeah, either way, I've seen Erik play against the Caro-Kann multiple times. Maybe he's trying to dodge his opponent's preparation, but if it comes at the cost of kind of surprising yourself and not being aware of the typical moves, then yeah, just really surprising. I don't really know what else other than g3, to be honest. It often makes sense. The bishop's ideal home is on this diagonal anyway, so multi-purpose move. But I mean, if he ever kind of captures on d5, it feels like he's never going to get an advantage. We'll just see symmetrical pawn structure almost, and white actually maybe even fighting for equality. What else? Do you play a sad, slow move like bishop e2 where the bishop has no real future? Erik needs to move. He needs to hurry up, I think, by his own admission. A bit rusty. Erik,
of course, plays a lot online, plays a bunch of blitz, but over the board he hasn't been so active, and I think it's been showing. He was rested here for the first 3 days, so this is only his second game in the tournament, and I think that is showing a bit right now. Let's move down to the bottom board here. Marcus Raga against Frode Orkedal.
Okay, and another very classical opening, another very predictable opening when Marcus Raga has the white pieces. The Austrian Grandmaster nearly always employs the Catalan opening, which is signalled by this move, pawn to g3. And if we fast forward a check, the black bishop drops back. This is the ultimate main line, essentially. This has been debated for decades already at the top level. And here, just before white is able to gain space in the center, to break in the center, black starts trying to disturb this bishop. And again, trendy move, pawn to e3, allowing the bishop pair to drop. But after a trade here, we see that white has a nice grip on the dark squares with pawns instead. I'm not sure. We talked about bathtubs, Fiona. What's this one called? One isolated pawn. Double pawns.
An IQP, David.
An IQP, yeah. Thanks. You got me there. Isolated queen's pawn for white, but a very solid version of one. Yeah, the rooks will come to the c-file. Maybe a lot of rooks will be traded off. Knights may be slightly superior to bishops because it's so blocked in the center, but roughly level here.
Absolutely. So this match, I think the position's all in the balance, of course, very early doors, but on the clock, there's a couple of boards where Offerspill needs to be a little bit careful. We're going to move on to the, what were you going to say?
I realized what I should have called the pawn structure. I should have called it a ragged pawn structure. No?
I didn't get it.
No? No? Anyone? Okay, let's move on, please, Fiona.
You'll explain it to me during the break. We are going to move on to the women's section. Just before we do, if you're watching us at home, you are watching this on YouTube, there is a poll in the chat going on to predict which team is going to win, so you can join in on that. Also make sure to subscribe to the European Chess Union channel so that you can get involved in the chat, and there will be many more broadcasts to come in the future, notably in November this year, the European Team Championship, where you will be playing. So
that's right. Go England.
Make sure to subscribe to follow all that action. And David, before we jump into the games, let's bring up yesterday's results in the women's section to see what happened there.
And here we see some of the results. The local team from Albania, Teuta, they are fixed on board one yesterday. Unfortunately, however, they lost their second match against Centaur. Very close one there. We did follow some of the games, eventually decided in the 5th hour of play. But the two leaders before yesterday's action were on board too, Garuda Aika against Typhoon, and it was actually Typhoon, slight underdogs on paper there, who took the victory. They rode their luck, it's got to be said, but at the key moments, their top players really dug deep, and narrowest margin of victory.
Absolutely, and when we bring up the standings now, we will see that means in the women's section after 4 rounds, we have a sole leader, and it is the Slovenian team Typhoon Ljubljana. Just waiting for the results, and then we'll move on to the pairings. That is, of course, the match that will pay the most attention to today. Typhoon is taking on Gaz Ukraine, who are in second place. And on the top board, we have only checked in with her once briefly. The top board for Solingen is actually Machteld van Foreest, Jordan's younger sister. She's playing against Antonetta Stefanova. So let's jump in now to the top match, Typhoon against Gaz Ukraine.
Okay, and here we have seen one of the stars maybe of the events up to this moment, Song, Yutsin Song. Yesterday she had a tough result, but she's done very well leading her team so far. I believe just 18 years old, big talent to watch out for there. And okay, this position, what do you think, Fiona? Should we go from the start?
I think very quickly, I think in the top match we can look at all the games from the start, and we see yet another bishop b5 Sicilian.
Another bishop b5 Sicilian. The knight was actually captured, damaging black's pawn structure, and after some very natural developing moves, we saw white set up this nice pawn structure in the center, but she wasn't content to just solidify that. She was in the mood to attack, and Song now attacking this black knight after a trade. Okay, her queen is attacked. I was about to say, if the black knight moves, firstly, no tempting squares, but I mean, for example, if you land on the edge of the board, you'll get trapped. Even if you go back to a safe square, white's knight is about to leap forward, and suddenly some huge threats. So when we jumped to this game, I thought, woof, black in some deep trouble. But a nice cunning move here, counterattack by Ushenina, former women's world champion. And okay, where's the queen go? At least now when she moves, the black knight will be able to get to a much more active square and start to trade off. Black has the 2 bishops, so despite the pawn structure, good prospects long term. I think any piece trades will help her.
You love the bishop pair. Would you prefer being black here?
Tough question. I like white's activity. I love the fact that this white e-pawn kind of clamps down on the black position. But yes, I'll take black. How about you, Fiona?
I'd take white.
Okay, we'll see.
We can play it out later on.
We'll analyse deeply this opening later. And there we see Song in the move. Her queen is attacked. This is the current position. Black has just played rook to d8. And yeah, she's been in time trouble in a lot of games. That's the one thing I will mention though about Song. A few mistakes around the move 40 mark. So maybe her captain has had a word about that. But in the meantime, a lot of choice with where to put the queen. So we'll leave her to make that decision.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, we'll move on to board 2, where Leila Yabakishvili is playing against Natalia Buksa. Natalia Buksa yesterday, who played, for me, one of the games of the tournament, winning in beautiful attacking style, giving up a full piece to get to the enemy king.
Yeah, Buxa, maybe because she's such a feared attacker, Yavakishvili here has chosen one of the most strategic positions imaginable. This has come from the English opening. I don't think we'll go the whole way back here. We're already at move 14, 15. But essentially, white has grip on this beautiful outpost on d5, not just with one knight, not just with the bishop, but it's also the other knight coming around to e3. And this square is going to be glorious for any white piece. She's also the first one to break out on the queen side. I am really fear for black's position long-term. Big trouble because this is such a bad bishop.
I think we finally found a position with the bishop here where you would take the other side.
Oh, it's been 25 years of playing chess, but I finally will go against the bishops here, and we see the evaluation bar already heading up in white's favour. Black here, yeah, just this, I'm going to say ragged now, this horrible pawn structure, this kind of M, this inverted W shape now means that black has no grip over any light squares, and white's just simply going to land a knight on d5 with a big advantage, a long-term advantage as well, as Buxa leaves the board.
Can Buxa hope to get some counterplay maybe on the king side, push f5 and try to move those pawns forward?
Yeah, it's definitely possible, even likely. At some stage she will need some active counterplay. It's been very passive from black so far. I mean, firstly, a decision what to do with the pawn tension on the queen side, but for example, a move like knight e5 might be the trigger, might be the signal, as you mentioned, Fiona, for black to start pushing pawns. But yeah, I would take white here any day. It's all about the light squares.
Yeah, the computer didn't like f5, but if not f5, it's just very tricky to find a plan for black.
Yeah, I think maybe f5 is not preferred because it wants to take a couple of pawns off first. But either way, it's very tempting as well to take on a5 just to give some potential infiltration squares even on the b file. Still early days, but I think a big success this opening, especially in view of the fact that Buxa is such an attacking player.
Absolutely, we'll leave her to it today. She's not going to have as much fun as she did yesterday. Let's move on to board 3, Laura Onuk against Steil-Antoni Daulite Cornet.
Wow, and okay, a lot of tension in the center in this one, Fiona.
Let's maybe rewind to the beginning here.
Okay, so we've seen a few Catalans today already, and yet another Catalan, white about to fianchetto the bishop. And a few moves down the line, black plays a5, a really trendy move. I've noticed this being suggested in various places recently, a lot of top players playing this a5 move early days. Knight to c3, this isn't a pawn sacrifice. If black ever takes on c4, white will automatically regain the pawn in the next few moves and unleash this Catalan bishop in the meantime. So black keeps things solid with pawn to c6, allowing white's knight into the center, and after e4 we see a quick trade of pieces and knight back to d7, allowing the center to explode.
Okay, let me take that pawn and see. How do you react as black?
Oof. Can I take white? Black's position, yeah, firstly, you can take this pawn, you can take the d pawn in two different ways. I'll take this one, I'll take this way.
Okay, I'll take again.
And this time I will not take on d5, I guess because you can keep your extra pawn. I will take on e5 instead. Do your worst.
Okay, let me... Okay, maybe at the very least, can I just take on e6? And are you forced to recapture with the pawn here?
Yeah, taking with the pawn is really ugly long term because this will be a weakness anyway. I think black's idea might be to just sacrifice a pawn to take, and if white takes on b7 to play for compensation, but definitely it's black who's got the pressure to equalize. Maybe I'll just attack your bishop and next move try to get active. White's slightly behind in development because you have two pieces still asleep. So
let's go back. There must be better for white than to capture on e6.
Maybe you start with attacking the black knight. I'm not sure whether with the rook or with the bishop. Bishop, it looks tempting. I'm just trying to trick black here. If knight back to g6, maybe you can even flick in the move pawn to d6, hitting this bishop. Now no time to take white's piece because white would take, attacking two pieces, and next move I'd take your knight. And if you have to move away now, I could save my bishop, and what a pawn this is on d6.
This looks very convincing, actually. So what happened in the game?
Yeah, in the game, this is still the position.
It's still okay.
I don't really see what she's debating right now. This is Natalia Buxa we see on the camera, but Laura Onuk in this game, who also won a very nice victory yesterday, it must be said. Nice attacking effort there. I don't think there's much choice. You just take on e5 and you try to go from there. If you defend your pawn, for example, with f4, then this will actually backfire. Black can play at the move d4 already. Maybe that's even better. And queen takes d4. This is the trap.
Okay, well, I'm a little bit surprised that Laura is still thinking, but we'll come back to this one. And is she at the board, or is she just not at the board?
Maybe she...
I can't tell if she's being obscured or if she's not there. She might not be at the board.
I think she's just hiding very well.
Oh, she's hiding very well. There she is.
I think there are 3 players on the left there in our picture, but...
With a camouflage-like top. Very tricky.
And Natalia Buxa there helping her teammates' privacy by blocking our camera. Taking the pressure off her teammate. I like that team spirit.
Let's move on to board. For Natalia Zhukova, who got a big win yesterday for Gaz Ukraine against on their way to upset Monte Carlo. She took down Elizabeth Pates. Today she's white against Zala Ur.
Yeah, and this position is relatively simplified compared to those tense kind of pawn structure, kind of central fights that we've been seeing so far. We've seen bishops, dark square bishops off the board, a couple of pawns each, and it's a battle of majorities. Black has 3 versus 2 on the queen side, which in the endgame may be preferable, but such a hard question, Fiona.
White, probably.
Probably, but I don't know if Black gets 2 moves. If Black gets, for example, to play c6, maybe rook e8 and try to trade off the queens, then I would start taking Black. How about you?
Yeah, white. I like the look of the bishop on g2. I like the open files for the rook. The d file is completely open, the c file is semi-open. I just feel white is a little bit more active, but as you mentioned, black is incredibly solid, so this one I think will come to life later on.
You've been hanging out with Keith Arkle. Even if his king side is burning, as long as he has an extra central pawn, he is loving life.
That might be true. And with that, we're going to leave this top match. We're board 1. We'll be on board 1 throughout the tournament. And the board 1 game there is Martel van Foreest against Antoaneta Stefanova.
Wow, and I'm glad we're jumping here, Fiona, because this opening looks extremely exciting, and also it's one of your favourite openings.
Let's go, the Scotch.
The Scotch. We're going to backtrack all the way to move 1 to show what happened. Martel van Foreest, still very young, of course, maybe a future world champion against a former world champion, and pawn to d4. Talk us through the opening theory here, Fiona.
Queen f6 again. We saw it yesterday where the young Turkish player, Gorel, got a big win with the white pieces against Mateusz Bartel. He actually played the very unusual knight e2 in that position, but instead Martel played a move which you had talked about, knight dropping the knight back to f3 instead, where it came from.
Yeah, the knight does drop back to f3. Black gives a check. It looks like Black loses a move, but Black does take away the c3 square from White's knight. And after pawn to f4, and this Black bishop loses a bit of time, drops back, and Martel van Foreest, the evaluation bar really likes her position. It seems to be a trend with these young prodigies of playing the Scotch, going really direct. It's renowned as this opening where Black cannot just slowly maneuver. There's no kind of typical thematic pawn structures or plans. It just tends to be, he does have to defend against the e4 pawn. I'm not sure how she's doing that long term, but why is the engine so excited for White right now?
I'm curious as well. I mean, I was wondering, can we play rook e2? Rook e1, the problem is that I leave, I've defended, so after knight takes, I'm not in time to play a move like bishop d3 because the pawn would simply be hanging. Surely I can't give up the pawn. Do I just play queen c2? No, sorry, the pawn is still hanging. Can we have push e5? No, you're looking to play a4.
Yeah, I mean, it's a question whether white can sacrifice this e-pawn on her own terms somehow. Both players clearly out of preparation at this point. Van Forest has spent, she spent nearly half an hour now. Pawn to a4 looks very natural, trying to trap this bishop. Let's say black gives the bishop a hidey hole here, a safe haven on a7. What next? I'm wondering whether now maybe your plan of e5, Fiona.
Let's take a look.
Let's take a look. And if black takes, then wondering whether there's any tricks on the e-file. You could regain your pawn if you want with a flash. Oh wait, maybe you can't. I was going to say bishop takes a6 and then rook to e1, but black can actually block. Yeah, maybe this isn't a good way to do it. What then instead? Does white just defend her pawn with a knight to d2? Black has to give up castling rights. This could be deadly, just to show an attack incoming. Checkmate. Next.
Found the correct way.
Yeah, maybe. I would start with pawn to a4 just to create this threat, and only later kind of bring the knight out to defend. The reason I want to include knight kind of a4 and then knight d2 is because I want to go hunting for this black bishop in the near future. So I think this is the way to do it, and actually a very, very pleasant position for white. But of course, there's an abundance of choice right now, and Van Forest, she chose this opening. She'll be maybe looking for even more direct measures. Of course, she can bring her bishop out. She's got plenty of options right now.
Yeah, she's spending a lot of time, but it makes sense when you have so many options. You want to pick the best one. So we'll leave Mechtel to it and move on to board 2. Monika Sochko against Anne-Marie Much.
Okay, and this game came from a King's Indian defense. I think this pawn structure is very recognizable when black puts a bishop on g7 and pushes a pawn to e5. Right now, some pressure on black c5 square. White normally plays on the queen side here, black on the king side. It feels like white is ahead, Fiona.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to make of this. I don't play these positions from either side. I would always at first sight just be tempted to, if I'm allowed to take on c5. So does black need to react to that right now and not leave us with this passed pawn?
Yeah, I think black has to make a decision whether to capture on white's terms or whether to just protect this knight. For example, a move like pawn to b6. And yeah, at least now kind of this pawn structure isn't so bad for black. You have a solid foundation to start pushing on the king side now. But yeah, I don't really know what she's thinking about. As you mentioned, Fiona, it feels really counterintuitive to allow white this central pawn, unless Anne-Marie Much, she wants to blockade in the kind of long term with her knight on the d6 square. I think I would just take white here every time. It feels like white can throw the a pawn forward and kind of minority attack undermine black on the queen side. Just really pleasant. I think Monika Sochko is the kind of more experienced player here. She will be happy with the outcome of this opening.
Absolutely. So for now, white doing well on the top 2 boards of this match. Let's go to board 3, where Livia Jarocka is playing against Karina Zivka in an all-Polish clash.
Yeah, an all-Polish clash. Yesterday, Livia Jarocka, she was the only player not to win from the Solingen team, but today I think she might be making amends, because this opening, Fiona...
White is just crushing it in this match.
Yeah.
Let's go back. We're only on move 8, so let's see what happened here.
Yeah, it was one of these trendy lines with black putting a knight on e7 very early. Yet another Spanish. So many today throughout both sections. And knight to c3. I've played this myself as black a few times, or something similar, and I've always been terrified of this white h pawn push. Again, endorsed by engines. The black knight on g6, never that well played. It's never stable, at least. And after d6, feels like something's gone very wrong for black here. Yes, she's threatening to take a pawn in some scenarios, but white says, no, you're too far behind in development. I'm going to blow open the center. And I mean, if she gets bishop takes knight in, if she gets pawn to d5 in, I mean, this one is going to turn very quickly in white's favor. I just think she has to at least calculate knight takes g2. I don't see anything else at all here. And the big question is what is happening in this position if black takes the pawn. and dives back to f4. Smash and grab. Take the material and pray. Yeah, and if I start going for the white king, you just move, I guess. It's scary, but maybe you just move out the way. Maybe you could take this bishop.
I was wondering if I could take it and trap it, but...
Yeah, it looks very trapped this knight, but I'll defend it. I mean, the engine still says white is just crushing here.
I think it tells you something about how good this position is for white, that white can even get away with this. Can I play king g2?
King g2.
And queen h1.
Oh, wow, nice. I do have a check.
Oh, that's a big check. I was so proud with my queen swinging over.
Nice geometry. I wonder whether you can prepare queen h1 with a move like king to g3. Okay, the computer says no, but...
Taking a bit too many liberties.
Taking too many liberties. Yeah, maybe this move is slightly annoying. It might be time to move the white knight out of the way just to cover this check. Yeah, this is one tempting option. The critical moment is here, and pawn takes pawn looks so tempting. And home pawn to d5, also use this pin. Black can block right now, and it's not clear who this favors. If we're humans, if we're engines, we know that it favors white. But of course, this has to be well evaluated. For Sivka, though, I think if she doesn't take this pawn, her whole opening just makes zero sense at all. So she has to take on g2 to be consistent here, the only logical reply. And she has to hope that in that position we were showing knight takes pawn, check, and then knight back, that white doesn't find a knockout blow.
Which there might be, let's quickly turn on the engine. I'm very curious to see what the best move is.
Okay, and well, actually none of the moves, well, one of the moves we suggested here, Fiona, two of white's best options actually transpose to each other. One of them is just eliminating the knight. I think we showed as well that taking on e5 is strong, and it did look so indeed, but a bit more kind of complicated, irrational for humans. Taking this knight, now attacking this knight which is pinned, forcing black's reply yet again, pawn to b5, and okay, this is where I think as a human it will be easy to go wrong. It will be easy to maybe kind of get tempted to take this pawn or move back, but just taking black's knight and planting your own powerful knight on d5, yeah, this does look very strong actually with queen to d4 in mind, pawn to h6 in mind. Black's king is actually never ever going to castle. It's far weaker than the white king, which is kind of safer than it looks.
Okay, well, we'll see. First of all, will Karina take on g2? We'll come back to this one a bit later. For now, let's check in with one of the star players of the Toyota team, the local player Claire Chaco, and she's playing white against Luisa Bachelina.
Yeah, it was fantastic to see Claire win yesterday. A really nice effort there, finished off with an instructive king and pawn endgame. We saw her win in style in that one, and this time she gets white again. Second time in a row here, and still early days here. You know me, Fiona, bishop pair.
The bishop pair, you know me, f4 is my favorite move. I think if I was white, I would be very happy, and then I'd come to my room after the game and think, what? How could I possibly be worse here? Okay, the bishops, I guess, are working well together well. But why exactly is black better in light than us all?
Yeah, I'm surprised, I must say, that the computer's quite a bit in black's favor here. I think it's just due to the weakness of the light squares. If black can ever form this battery on kind of the long diagonal with a queen and bishop, then black is just going to crack through, break through on those light squares. e4 is really tender. I'm wondering whether actually a key move might be to even fix this e4 pawn. Okay, there are options, of course, but if you fix this pawn as a target, even if white gets this really attractive pawn push, kind of the buddings of a kingside attack, then black might just be able to ignore it and kind of come across and target this pawn. I mean, just to show an idea, I don't think this is the most accurate move order. Yeah, but I think it's deceptive, the bar in this one. It's definitely the type of position that the kind of stronger player or the more informed player will win. Either white will get a big attack, pushing forward some pawns, or black will kind of strategically be able to nibble away at white's loose light squares.
Either way, Claire once again showing she is an attacking player for sure. She is up against it again. 500 rating point, 500 rating points between her and her opponent. We'll see what she can do today. We are going to go now on our first break of the day, and when we return, we'll come back with Magnus Carlsen, Vishy Anand, Rapport, MVL, all of the top guys, so don't go anywhere, and we'll see you on the other side of this.
See you soon.
Hello and welcome back to round 5 here at the European Club Cup. And David, we're going to jump back into the action without further ado because things are happening already in Magnus Carlsen's game against Vincent Keimer.
That's right, we see Magnus Carlsen on camera. He's just leaning back now, but for a moment he was frowning. His teammate Raundi Sadwani, who was watching his game, was frowning, and that's because Vincent Keimer's just jumped in with a very ambitious move, but it should backfire. Just in the break there, we had a fire alarm, and things are getting hot on the board now, Fiona.
Fire on the board.
Fire on the board. I'm not sure it's a coincidence, but knight to g4, just played by Vincent Keimer. This knight is actually hanging. Of course, there were other safer moves he could have played. The knight just came from f6. He could have just developed, I think, in very standard ways. Knight to c6 looks relatively healthy for black, but knight to g4, and the evaluation bar shoots up. The first move that comes to mind, why not queen takes knight? Why not take this knight on g4? It's because the black queen can pounce and white's bishop would no longer be defended. But even this looks relatively promising. The white queen is actually quite well placed over here on g3 with ideas later, such as bishop h6, staring at this loose black d pawn, this backward pawn that actually played a big role in Magnus's game yesterday as well. But the real reason that this is a mistake is tactical.
You showed it to me and you asked me what comes to mind, and I was like, anything but the move you're showing me comes to mind. That move was knight f5.
Knight to f5 would actually be a winning move, and look at Magnus's face right now. He looks shocked. Either he's seen knight to f5 and realizes it's strong, or he's just recovering from the fact that this is just an incredible surprise from Vincent Keimer. And the reason we should explain knight f5, firstly, you're attacking a bishop. I don't think black here has time to take this bishop on e3 because you flick in the intermediate move, Zwischen Schach, as they say. Did they say that?
Yeah. Schach.
Schach. Oh, sorry, Fiona. Your pronunciation is better than mine. I'm English.
Yeah, I know.
I speak no other languages.
That's why you're forgiven.
Thank you. And now white would simply recapture on e3 with a pawn and a piece up, at least temporarily. This knight might be trapped, but you'll win at least a pawn or do some damage to black's position, while Vincent would try to capture it later. Let's go back to knight f5. If pawn takes knight, now the white knight jumps in, I believe, attacking the black queen, and due to the double attack, the black queen has to defend her bishop, and now bishop to b6, you continue the chase. The queen still only has one square to protect her bishop. She has to slide to e8, and this is as far as I got when I was trying to figure out the position. The engine again says it's strong for white. Do you go hunting now for the queen? Do you flick in pawn takes pawn first? I'm just wondering, there's so many tempting options. You now attack this bishop and you attack the knight at the same time. But it feels like at the very minimum you kind of come in and you take this black rook in the corner.
Why wasn't e takes f5 crushing? Because the knight drops back.
Yeah, I guess the knight drops back to e5, and maybe now there's nothing better than going into c7 anyway. So maybe the correct move order in this position, it's all been forced up to this point, would be knight to c7, the queen moves, and if we can get away with it, maybe you just take this rook in the corner, and the knight does have an escape square, path back into the game, either by c7, or if you move this bishop out the way, the knight can actually drop back to b6. So Magnus, if he spots knight f5, he'll play knight f5, and he most likely will win in quick, dramatic fashion.
Do you think he spotted it already?
The fact that he was frowning, Magnus, I mean, especially when his opponents throw these unexpected moves at him, usually he's appreciative. He's like, oh, good spot. If he thinks it works. If he doesn't think it works, that's when he starts frowning. He's very expressive with his body language, of course, and I've been lucky enough to analyze with him a few times. So yeah, the fact that he was so confused means he's spotted something. Knight f5, what do you think, Fiona? Are we going to see it?
It hasn't been played. Well, actually, has it been played?
It has just been played. Wow, knight to f5.
Knight f5 is on the board.
Very quick there from Magnus, and this could be brutal. For sure, this wasn't on Vincent Keimer's radar. As soon as you see knight f5, you do not even contemplate going in this direction as black, and we could see an early knockout here. Knight to f5, as mentioned, it's a double attack, hitting the bishop. Now this knight is more vulnerable. It's kind of forced to capture this knight pretty much. Now attacking the queen, just to reiterate, the queen has to go back to protect her bishop. The queen has to dodge to e8, and this final fork will pick up a decisive material advantage.
Yeah, I think we were a bit slow there to pick it up because our cameras are at the moment a bit frozen. So I'd love to see. We can't comment right now on what's happening on the board. As Magnus is not moving for us, but he has found the winning. Would you say winning shot?
I think psychologically, as well as the fact it's objectively strong, this move is crushing. Vincent will have to overcome the shock now, the disappointment of missing this trick. I mean, it's not obvious knight to f5 if you just look at the position in a void here, but in a Sicilian in general, it is a well-known theme to sacrifice knights on d5, on f5. And yeah, there are various rhymes, various sayings about knights on f5, how they'll thrive and everything like that. And yeah, Magnus, of course, spots it, so tactically alert.
Magnus potentially on his way to a very important victory. Remember, he is the only player higher rated in this match between Offerspiel and Novibor. So let's continue down the ranks. Let's go to board 2, Nils Grandelius against Raunak Sadwani.
Yeah, and Sadwani was one of the players we saw on the camera, kind of really interested in Magnus's board, of course invested in the result there. It will affect the way he plays, but he's going solid right now. This was the Berlin defense, the Berlin endgame, and this will be broken down? That's the big question. Let's backtrack just to the moment we left it. Knight to d4, we saw a trade of pieces, bishop to e7, and knight to f5. Another knight landing on this square, met by the very calm bishop to c8 here, Fiona. Just trying to set a trap.
White is not in time to take the pawn on g7 because after king f8 we see that the knight is trapped, has nowhere to go. So white will need to react to the knight being attacked in a different way. After bishop c8, do you want to potentially defend? No. Defend the knight, I was wondering, is g4 crazy?
I don't think g4 is that crazy, but I think there might be more tempting options. We should point out that knight takes bishop here. Firstly, black can maybe trade rooks first. And just to avoid walking into any nasty knight kind of bishop checks, I think opposite colour bishops this should be a draw despite white's slightly superior structure. G4, your move there. The one downside is that black's rook suddenly breathes some life. Maybe we'd see, for example, bishop takes knight and the rook coming to try and target some pawns. So a bit risky for white, still playable of course. And I think the third option, maybe the strongest option for white, at least to my eyes here, is to play the move e6, and this is very typical in the Berlin. If white can ever get e6, then firstly it's a tactical shot, secondly it often ruins the opponent's coordination, and this is based on the fact that the c7 pawn will be loose in a lot of variations. If you take with the bishop now, you're going to really suffer long term in an endgame, a check, and now white's knight no longer trapped because you can take on e6, and at the very end you've regained the pawn. Actually, regain the pawn, you've even won a pawn in the process.
Yeah.
You took on g7 and c7. I was going to say black has these horrible pawns, this disastrous structure, but okay, material up. This is unthinkable. And after pawn takes pawn, now you can maybe just capture this bishop on e7. Black would have to flick in rook takes rook, not walking into this skewer. And at the very end, we see a slightly better endgame for white. I just don't know how much of an advantage this is, whether it's convertible.
Opposite color bishops, of course, makes it a lot trickier. What's your gut feeling?
Draw with best play, but opposite color bishops with rooks on the board is much less straightforward. I mean, this bishop is just terrible. This bishop on c8. White has a beautiful post for its counterpart. This white bishop will land on e5, and I mean, this is like my ultimate fantasy, this type of position with white, where, especially in a team event where you've got zero risk, you can press, you can play this one for 4 or 5 hours, and your opponent will be sat there defending.
And Niels, it's very likely he is going to have to press because we see Vincent, I think, in a bit of shock when we tuned back in, when the camera came up. I felt we could tell that his ears were a little bit red. Vincent, who probably was caught by surprise by this knight f5 jump.
Yeah, and Magnus leaves the table. Let's just put that board, the position back one more time. Meanwhile, okay, Nils, I'm really surprised by what he's done there. I've got to say, Nils Grandelius, I think actually missed opportunity for him. Let's go back to that game. He didn't go for this line that we were suggesting. I think e6 would have been very strong, very thematic here, but instead he did take on e7. And
at least he didn't play g4.
yeah, at least he didn't play g4. But now this position is far less promising for white because actually your bishop is not so strong anymore. If you ever play e6 now, it would be taken by a bishop, not by a pawn, of course. And
do you think this is just very even now, or do you think white still has a little something because the black king is a bit awkward?
I've got to be honest, I would even take black maybe, just because it's so easy to attack white's pawns. Yeah, I think it's going to end up in a draw, this one, like most likely.
Okay, then let's move down to board 3, Arian against David Navarra.
Okay, let's jump there. Let's not tarry. Let's hurry forward to that game. And it's still the same pawn structure, Fiona. Still no pawn breaks here. Still looking very blocked, very level.
Hugh has left the room. he was probably telling himself, one more pawn and I'm out of here. And then he was like, that's it. I've had enough.
That was ponderful. What are you talking about?
Bye, Hugh.
Yeah, okay, moving on. It's a level position here, Fiona. Next.
Okay, so let's jump in. Bishop e6. Maybe we can rewind a few moves.
So we last left this one a few moves back, about 5 moves ago. White had just played pawn to b3. We saw some very natural moves here. White's knight trying to come into f5. We've seen knights land on f5 in every game of this match so far. And now black attacks the white rook, which shifts, and now a trade of bishops. And this makes a lot of sense strategically for white. You've got rid of the bishop pair, and after knight comes back to f3, okay, the game's going to go on a long time with this maneuvering phase. Black has a rock-solid pawn structure, but white is the one who's flexible. At some point, black might try to break on the queen side with b5, but white will try and get this knight out the way, maybe eventually build for f4. This one, in terms of style, I'm not really sure who it suits. I would say maybe slightly more David Navarro, who's a very universal player and who won a really nice long grind yesterday. But Arian, who's been in kind of a rough kind of patch of form, I think he'll like the fact that he's not taking too many risks and it can't go that wrong for white unless you kind of go all in.
Speaking of risk, I'm curious to see how the next 2 boards are shaping up, because on the board everything was fine, but the Offerspiel players were both spending a lot of time. First, let's look at Pranav on the black side against Nguyen.
Okay, and to my eyes at first, I thought black was doing really well here, and then I see the bar in the corner of my eye. What could be the issue here, Fiona? Let's just do a quick recap of the last 4 moves since we left it. We saw bishop to a2. The answer was no, as to whether Pranav would take up the mantle and go for the complications of knight takes pawn. We saw that one a bit earlier. Black instead played a quiet move, very logical, very sensible. Queen to b3 attacks f7, which was defended. Bishop to b1. This is very computer-like chess from Howell here. Just retreating his bishop, cutting the coordination between the white rooks. But he does defend the e-pawn. Now knight back to d8. And it looks like black's done everything right. Kind of closed. Once the center is closed, you're a bit cramped as black, so you want to trade off bishops. This black bishop is normally, in other variations of the Spanish, kind of stuck on a passive square like f8. So why could white be so much better here?
Is it to do with the black bishop on b7?
Yeah, I think you're right. Just it still takes a long time for this bishop to get back in, but I mean, after a trade of bishops, bishop to c8, knight to b7, knight to c5, it doesn't look terrible.
No, and it also takes white a bunch of time to activate the bishop from b1. Yes, that bishop could potentially zigzag its way back via c2, d1, e2, maybe f1. But even even then, I mean, it's not clear to me, what does that bishop want? Could white ever? No, surely not. I mean, I was gonna say consider doing something on the king side, but f4 is my favorite move. Even I wouldn't play f4 here.
Yeah, I think it's actually on the queen side where we do have this structure in the center that arises often from a king's Indian with black pawns kind of d6, e5 pointing towards the king side. So black wants to play on that side of the board, white's pawns kind of pointing the other way. So white wants to play on the queen side. And despite, of course, this coming from a totally different opening, pawn structures do dictate the pace of the game and the direction of the game. And I think it might be time for white to just break up black's pawn chain here. And maybe, as you mentioned, it's a matter of time. Big question here as to which way to recapture. I'm not entirely sure, maybe with the knight, for example. And once the black bishop moves out the way, just to create squares for this kind of dead piece on d8, maybe you're just in time to break forward with c4. Big questions as to what happens if rook c7, I guess, maybe not c5, according to the engine, maybe you just drop back your knight and defend. But for example, just to illustrate what might happen is that white now would have access to some very nice squares. The bishop springs to life, rooks will come to open files, and black's pieces are just really sad and passive. So maybe this is why long-term white is doing very well, at least according to the evaluation bar, but for a human it's harder to evaluate.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised to know how the players are evaluating the position right now, but we can see, according to our Silicon friends at least, they prefer white. Let's go to board 5, Erik Hansen against Steil-Antoni.
Okay, and Erik Hansen, after that long think, he is suffering on the clock. We left it just 2 moves ago on move 6, where we mentioned that pawn to g3 is the most theoretical move, supporting white's bishop coming to f4. White's light squared bishop as well wants to land on the long square diagonal in this pawn structure, but cost him a lot of time. Big investment here on the clock. Bishop to e2, not an active square at all for this piece. And a few sensible moves later, Erik Hansen, he's down to half an hour. He spent 1 hour on the clock, and we're only 2 moves past a position that he knew, that he was familiar with.
I think as a spectator, it's sometimes difficult to understand how could Erik spend so much time on these last couple of moves, bishop e2 and castles, and moves that in a blitz game you'd make pretty much instantly. What do you think he was considering? Like, surely there were more direct approaches he was thinking about?
Yeah, I think it was all psychological. Like you say, if he was on a chess bra stream right now, playing a bullet game, he would play bishop e2 instantly, king g1, kind of castling instantly. But yeah, maybe he's just looking for more direct moves here. Knowing Erik as well, he can get a bit emotional when he's been out-prepared, get a bit down, especially with white. It feels like you've lost the opening battle if your opponent knows a bit deeper than you. And maybe he was just contemplating whether to play something very safe in this position a few moves ago, like c takes d5, just clarifying the central pawn structure, and here it's just very level. Maybe going something symmetrical like this, where there's no risk at all. Maybe that was on his mind, but team event, you kind of want to keep the game alive when you're white, and I'm sure he was calculating g3 as well, deciding what to do here, but maybe feared it was preparation. So yeah, it feels like he's having this inner turmoil, this battle within himself. I've been there many times as well. Especially in team events when there's added pressure.
And he's in the tank again here. Some of the plans you already highlighted. Is g3 still an idea here?
Yeah, I think if he's going to play g3, he would have done it earlier, most likely. Now it would come at the cost of some weakened light squares. Of course, you'd love to get bishop f4, but that in some positions, yeah, it can be blocked with e5. I think, again, it's just a question, does he trade off, go for a symmetrical pawn structure, or does he play more ambitiously, maybe go for something like bishop g5, but at the cost of allowing a kind of reverse Benoni pawn structure, where it would certainly be very risky for white to allow black to gain space like this. So I think, again, kind of a moral decision here. Yeah. Do you take the safe path out, take on d5, and accept you'll never ever be better, you'll never have an advantage with white, and it's cost you an hour to do this, or do you take a big risk? The longer he thinks, I expect at least for him to bail out somewhat by taking on d5.
Yeah, also if he looks at Magnus's game and realizes that Magnus is doing so much better against Keimer, that might make the decision a little easier if he is tempted to bail out somehow. But let's check how they are getting on the bottom board. Raga against Urkedal.
Okay, and this one hasn't changed in terms of pawn structure much, but a couple of rooks have left the board. We left this all the way back here, where I made that terrible pun about white's ragged pawn structure, and that is still the case. We saw rooks disappear on the c-file, and okay, I'm just wondering in this position, okay, he has just played a move actually just this very moment. Raga, he's traded the last set of rooks. I was going to say the ambitious way would be to keep pieces on the board. Just because black is slightly cramped with the minor pieces, maybe white long-term could play moves like h4, h5, king g2, rook h1. You'd need your rook really to try and attack. But Raga going for the safe approach. Fiona, do you see anything really for black to be concerned about? I'm struggling. No,
I'm struggling to get excited about this game. I think Frode has done a great job. Marcus Raga, as we mentioned multiple times this week, he is such an openings expert. I think, if anything, I would be more worried as white here with the isolated pawn on d4. Black has your beloved bishop pair. I'm actually surprised that white is the one who is a bit better.
Yeah, I guess it's just because it's so closed, and maybe later on there are some dark squares that you can try to jump into with knights. It just looks so blocked at the moment. If queens come off, there's never any danger, I believe, for black. But while queens remain, okay, he does play knight to b3. While queens remain, there's still some ideas of kind of taking the open file or just softening up the black king. This pawn structure for black is actually really inflexible. So maybe some tickle later.
Start pushing pawns on the queen side if I play b4. I would like to play a5, of course, but I think the pawn was hanging on b5. So if I play b4, am I just helping you, or?
No, I really like it. You definitely want to get these pawns rolling to take away squares from the white knights. I don't really see how to kind of improve here with white. I would play a move like h4 perhaps. a5 I would maybe want to meet with bishop to b5 just to stop you advancing with a4. At least now I've got a slightly active square with my bishop.
Can I play something like queen c7 with the idea knight b6?
Yeah, and the big question is whether white ever takes. Two knights against two bishops don't normally hold up that well, but here there are some outposts.
Yeah, I'd be shocked if this game didn't end in a draw. Marcus will try a little bit. He might have to try a lot because this match quite in the balance apart from Magnus's game. Yeah,
and just talking of Magnus's game, wow, that was cool. We just saw someone block the camera and then someone else push him out the way. I think making him aware that he was spoiling the view for all of us at home. And there has been a move in this clash. Vincent Keimer, talking of time trouble, he's really balancing on the precipice here. He's made only 12 moves and he's got 28 minutes left. So 28 moves to make in 28 minutes, essentially one move a minute against Magnus Carlsen. Not a nice spot to be in. And after knight to f5, attacking this bishop, we mentioned pawn takes knight would run foul of knight to d5 and some ensuing tactics. He instead played bishop to f6. So
we didn't look at bishop f6 earlier, did we?
Yeah, I think we just caught up with the free knight that was on offer. But now pawn takes knight is certainly a threat. How does Magnus proceed? The first move that comes to mind is bishop to b6, attacking the black queen, gaining time, also taking away the option of knight takes bishop in any funny variations. The queen, I think, has to use the c6 square. If she drops back, then at the very minimum, white can pocket a pawn. So queen c6, and this is the position. Almost looks like the queen is trapped here, Fiona.
Yeah, the queen right now doesn't really have any squares. Well, it has c8, but
I'm wondering, okay, I might be blundering something here, but bishop d5?
Wow.
Does this trap the queen? Pawn takes, bishop, I recapture, and you don't have any safe squares other than c8, and suddenly I've trapped you.
That's really, really nice.
Yeah, and Magnus will spot this. This is not too difficult. It's basically threat, threat. Okay, sacrifice, but threat.
Is this just game over?
How much material can black get? That's the question. Okay, I'll take here. I'm wondering whether the intention is to give up the queen in this move, just to take the white knight next. So which one would you rather? Would you rather take this bishop or this knight? This is such a weird position. You're giving up your queen just for a piece, but you will get a second piece, and you'll slightly ruin white's pawn structure in the process.
Maybe for the bishop, but I'd rather not give up my queen at all. But as you can see, this from the bar barely moving. It's the best that black can do. And now what's the material count?
Black has the two bishops, Fiona. Two bishops, it must be winning. But this time, yeah, queen surely is going to outweigh those pieces. White has a queen and pawn for the two bishops. That's a, let's do the quick counting, 4-point advantage.
I mean, I'd be shocked if Vincent even played this position.
Yeah, I mean, it still will take a while. Black's going to come out and be relatively active, but the one thing I will say is Magnus as well, he likes to give up his queen himself. He wants the compensation. The number of times I've heard him analysing, he's like, oh, this is a cool sacrifice. Yes, it's not enough material, but it's at least easier to play with the pieces rather than the queen. Because otherwise, why hesitate? Bishop b6 looks so tempting.
Yeah, I think we'll see. I don't think this game is going to last that much longer. I think Magnus is probably just double checking some lines, but bishop e6 looks so convincing. And as you mentioned, the line is forced, which always makes calculation easier, of course.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what other options Magnus has. I'm very much expecting bishop b6 as well to try and trap that black queen, but I'm wondering queen takes knight, is this tempting him? Now pawn takes on f5 I think would backfire. Well, maybe I didn't even take back. Wow, thank you to the evaluation bar for making me pause, but knight d5 would be a nice counter threat. If the white queen drops, then look at this rook in the corner, trapped.
And if you take on c4?
Yeah, if you take on c4, this is why I originally didn't suggest this. I guess I will take with a check. The pawn on g7 is pinned, so the king has to move to h8. And now I'll threaten checkmate. If you take my knight, I'll happily come into g7 in a few moves' time. So, yeah, I mean, this is, again, quite straightforward calculation. It's every move is forcing. It's a check, capture, or a threat. It's very, very direct. But yeah, you can see why he gets tempted actually with queen takes knight right now. If e takes f5 is not possible, but queen takes bishop is possible. However, white could win a pawn. I don't know. I would not. I mean, the black queen's still on the board.
The other line looks a lot more appealing.
Yeah, it's like worlds apart at this point. Yes, you're a pawn up here with white. Yes, you probably have an advantage, but just to repeat that one line, bishop b6 pretty much forces queen to c6 if you want to maintain some balance, and this traps the black queen.
We'll see what Magnus goes for. I'd be shocked if it wasn't this. We'll come back to this game as soon as there's some major developments. For now, we'll move back to the top match, Super Chess against Anier, and the top board report against MVL, where, David, things are heating up majorly.
Yeah, things are really getting dramatic on the top board. I'll just quickly mention that, unfortunately for Chess, no longer in action today. He had a very, very solid draw. Again, it feels like instructions from his team captain. He locked things down in that Queen's Gambit accepted against the in-form Haik Martirosyan. I think a very logical result for Black, for Super Chess here, as a kind of from a team standpoint, but obviously disappointing not to see Anand unleashed going for his opponents.
For Martirosyan, that's the first half point he is dropping in this tournament. He was on an astonishing 4 out of 4, taking out 3 strong GMs and former British champion Harry Greve.
Yeah, before today, Martirosyan was performing at 3384. 3,384. Wow, okay. So he has been stopped in his tracks by Anand, but yeah, we'll see whether that team decision pays off a bit later on. This final position just totally deadlocked with bishops cancelling each other out, symmetrical pawn structure. So back to the top board. Rapport against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and Rapport's really seeking the maximum from this position. Knight d2, he's trying to occupy an outpost. What do you think here, Fiona? First instincts?
I don't know. I would like to rewind a few moves to see how we got here and give me a bit more time to wrap my head around this position.
Yeah, we left this actually quite a long time ago, 12 moves back. We left it when Black had just played knight g to e7, and this knight wants to use the g6 square, so preemptively White threw the h-pawn forward. If the knight ever lands on g6, it will simply get hit by an advancing pawn. Black blocked off that advance, and a bit of guessing game here with the white bishop, just provoking what he hopes will be a weakness with f6 at the cost of a tempo. And we have the bathtub over here.
I was thinking it too. Queen d2 and Rapport preparing to castle queenside.
He did indeed. He castled queenside here after a trade of bishops, and that was the red flag to the bull here. Red rag to the bull, even pawn to b5, going for the white king, Vachier-Lagrave, and after a trade on b5, oh wow, he's throwing everything forward, d5, queen c2, and it just feels like the white king is a huge target. Black's king far more flexible to hide maybe on the other flank. The bishop was kicked back, and the black knight has come around. I like the fact that he's stopped white installing a piece on this outpost on c4, Vachier-Lagrave, but I'm wondering at some point, maybe your favorite move, Fiona, white will break on the other side of the board. I'm not sure whether you start now or whether you have to prepare that.
Well, let's play f4 and see what happens.
I'll probably take that. And now the big question is, does white move the knight out the way and then recapture that pawn? You can kind of forcibly take it back. I'm not sure you want to do this, actually. I was thinking you take back next, but black can hold you up with queen to b8. The computer disapproves of all of my moves here, but...
it's an incredibly difficult position to play accurately.
Yeah, I just wanted to say black's king not entirely safe either. White's queen actually has some big threats, and lo and behold, f4 is on the board. We managed to get inside Rapport's mind here.
What I wonder, that line, especially the very last position we had on the board, I was very worried about the black king, so I wonder, can black also just look to castle queenside soon?
Yeah, that's a good point. Actually, I was thinking Vishy would try to attack on that flank, but he can certainly castle queenside. I'm not sure whether you do this immediately. Maybe, for example, you take this pawn first. And a position like this, yeah, maybe you castle queenside. The king will feel safe-ish in the corner, but if white's able to take back on f4...
That's a monster bishop.
It is a monster bishop. I mean, I'm surprised the bar's still in the middle. It just looks really nice for white, I've got to say, this position suddenly. It still feels like the black king, a bit airy. White's king has some shelter. Vishy about to reveal the mystery to us. What is he going to play now? He was reaching out with his hand a second ago. He's retracted it. Okay, and deep into thought yet again. Maybe he'll just react by aiming to recapture on e5 with a piece. Bishop to d6 looks solid as well.
If bishop d6?
Yeah,
I was wondering about f5 actually.
Yeah, because long-term black's bishop is pretty bad. You can keep it locked in on the dark squares. You're trying to fashion a nice hole, nice outpost for the white knight on e4. I mean, strategically, this is complicated. Dynamically, it's complicated. This is everything we wanted to see, and certainly super chess, taking risks with white.
I have a feeling it's a position that will suit Richard Rapport incredibly well.
I mean, Vishy can handle these too, especially if it becomes a bit more concrete, where he can calculate his way out of the position. But Rapport right now, combining strategy with dynamics, it's just classic Richard.
Okay, we'll come back to this one. MVL is still thinking about how to react. Let's move on to board 3, Deac against Musa.
Okay, and this came from that slightly unorthodox Sicilian that we were discussing a bit earlier. Still pretty much the same pawn structure, apart from the fact that black has committed to putting a pawn on e5. And now white's last move, he's going in, big threat on the board to take on c6. And clocks are roughly level. We mentioned, Fiona, that Deac is susceptible to time trouble. It was a clear strategy yesterday from his opponent Korobov. He managed to profit from that situation when the clocks tick down. But now it looks like he's done everything right. He's got his pieces to really nice healthy squares, rooks in the center, bishops on nice or pretty flexible diagonals. How to deal with this, first of all?
Yeah, if you're black, do you want to try and get the queens off the board? Maybe queen b6?
Looks like the most logical move.
I feel the engine bar is being very harsh on me today. I can't understand what is wrong with queen b6 now.
The evil bar. Let's ignore it, Fiona. I wish I knew how to turn it off. It looks like the most logical move, the most natural move. I don't think white really wants to take, because suddenly black has nice connected pawns again, no more isolated pawns. It's important that after knight to b7, the knight is actually trapped. This pawn is well defended by black's knight. So yeah, what could be wrong? He plays queen c7, Musard. What has he seen after queen b6? I want to figure this out. Or maybe we will never figure it out.
Maybe knight b7
now. Still, what does this achieve as we hear something dramatic happening overhead? Yeah, weird position. Queen b6. For the sake of efficiency, I'm going to check and wow. Fiona, you're right.
Yeah,
Knight
but
b7.
with move 1.
You're right with move 1. Your good instincts. Okay, move 2. I'll put you on the spot. How to extricate this knight?
I was wondering knight c5, but I couldn't understand. I mean, the rook is protected on d7. How is this working out?
Yeah, I think it's just the fact that this rook on c8 is hanging.
Rook.
This is really sneaky. Both players spotted this, so black didn't go for this. Just to point out, pawn takes knight or queen takes knight now would be met by a capture, and the knight will hang with check. So this was impossible, and after knight c5, queen takes queen is met by the bishop replacing the queen. And just to show a couple of tactics, at the very end here, we would see actually black up on material, 2 pieces for a rook, but the coup de grace is rook d8. And yeah, you can't save both pieces. Wow, great vision, great calculation by both players. It's rare to see that type of knight maneuver.
Very nice.
And instead, queen to c7. Let's go to the live position. Okay, at least now this isn't possible because the queen will always defend the rook on c8. But then again, it's harder to evict this white queen now that you're not challenging her, and also taking away this square from the black knight, which it might want to have used.
Yeah, if I'm white, I would kind of like to play c4, but I'm a bit hesitant to do it here with my queen stuck in enemy territory on a6.
Yeah, maybe
see,
now.
in fact, that this might have just been a losing move.
Yeah, I don't see why it's losing, I've got to say.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe it's this idea now. No, not queen b6 now. Chess is hard, everyone. Yeah, c4, I know what you mean. If you don't suffer tactically, then you've clamped down, maybe you even push forward and sacrifice a pawn to break black's structure. But yeah, let's put this current position up. I'm expecting Dayak to maybe up the ante by doubling up his rooks on the d-file, or maybe even offering a trade of light squared bishops in the near future. I just wonder whether Musad has it in mind to push in the center as black. Maybe that's why you wanted c4, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I think Musar is doing a great job. I think if he can free himself with the central push, central d5 push, he'll be doing fine. I think this game very much in the balance. What do you think?
Yeah, very balanced position, very balanced on the clock. Yeah, I think here both sides have reason to be happy. It is a Musad type of position, I will say. He quite likes his flexibility and the option to be a bit dynamic a bit later on. And yeah, Dayak, meanwhile, has done nothing wrong objectively. So, okay, should we whiz ahead to the next game that we see on the camera?
Absolutely, let's do it. Oparin against Van Foreest.
Okay, and Oparin, who's been working with Fabiano Caruana recently as a second very strong grandmaster living in the US. He has a better pawn structure, but it's that whole kind of eternal dilemma. 2 bishops or the better pawn structure, and which would you take here, Fiona?
The better pawns. In general, I am not, as you might have noticed by now, I don't get too excited in general about the bishop here. Black has this, of course, isolated pawn on a6. That's going to be a long-term memory. Long-term memory loss of words on my end. Long-term weakness. I do like white, but I'm not sure what is the plan. Does white eventually want to push one of the pawns on the queen side? So after, I don't know, is it white to move? Is queen a4 here?
Queen, yeah. It's the first move that came to my mind as well. I'm not sure, it doesn't create a threat, but it certainly deters black from pushing forward with a pawn to d5 due to some tension on this diagonal.
Maybe I'm just a little concerned about bishop e7, and maybe we'll have to move the queen again.
Good spot.
To step out of this.
We saw
threat.
rook nearly trapped on h5 yesterday, and now rook maybe trapped on a5. Another way would be to, for example, play a move like bishop to c3, and then just at least hint that you might play a move like c5, undermining black's pawn chain in the center here, or that you might play a move like d4. Often they do say when you're facing the bishop pair, you need to accelerate the play before the bishops come to life while there's still heavy pieces left on the board. If the queens and rooks all disappeared here, then only black could ever be better. The more pieces that disappear, the stronger those bishops become. At the moment, they don't make a great impression, so I'm just wondering whether he can prepare a move like d4, or whether, even in the current position, whether he might even consider playing it now.
Let's put it on the board. See what happens.
Ooh, 4-pawn attack, not approved of by Mr. Stockfish here. What would happen? Pawn takes pawn, I'm expecting. Too much pressure in the center. Why could this be bad for white or favorable for black? I don't really see it at the moment. It looks like quite a nice transition for white. Again, heading towards the f5 square. You freed up your queen.
Could it be a c5?
Yeah, it must be c5, right? Just opening lines, and this time maybe they do favor the bishops. I just wish I could teleport the knight into d5.
The pin on the d file might be annoying as well, with rook d8 coming on the next move.
Yeah, nice spot. This type of thing really unpleasant. So, okay, he's not ready to play it yet, and he does actually play the other move I suggested, bishop c3. So he's saying, I will play this at some point, push d4, at least hint at it, so you have to calculate. Yeah, it feels like a very balanced position, all these kind of factors, and it will just depend on who breaks out more successfully in the near future.
I have a feeling, David, that today, around an hour and a half from now, it's going to be crazy. I think a lot of these games in the top matches likely to be decided in a time scramble. What are you eyeing at?
Wow, just at the foreground of our picture here, I saw Fedoseev make a move, and he played it with a flourish. He looked very proud of himself, and wow, White's last move was a sacrifice. Knight takes a pawn on g7, just action replay. Sometimes you can tell, right, players' body language, that they're really excited.
And look at the reaction by Movsesyan, who
opponents
clearly did not, I think, see this one coming.
Yeah,
it's always such a terrible surprise when you come to the board, especially when you see your opponent's face when he plays it very confidently, and you just always get this sinking feeling in your heart.
Yeah, and will he get that sinking feeling? Now Movsesyan, he has to calculate. You can't trust your opponent. Let's just backtrack a couple of moves, because it was very quiet. This position looked very symmetrical until this moment. Knight to f5. Every game actually today we see a knight land on this square. This is really clever, utilizing the fact that black is a bit vulnerable on this diagonal. Pawn takes knight now would allow a recapture, and black's structure has been damaged quite significantly, and white is super active. Super chess here with a super advantage, but instead knight f6, and after kicking back the bishop, he plays instantly, and I think his move was forced actually. Movsesyan, knight takes pawn, he takes the bait, he's saying, okay, prove it. And Fedoseev,
let's see how quickly Fedoseev can prove it, or will he make us prove it? No, he is ready.
Thank you.
He's like, guys, I got your back. e4 is on the board. And where is that knight from d5 gonna go?
Yeah, not too many squares, you've got to say. Only 2 safe squares for this knight to retreat.
I really don't want to go to e7 instinctively to not break the connection between the queen and the knight. But maybe he has to?
Maybe he has to. If you go the other way, I see real danger. Firstly, I can give a check due to the fact the black knight is pinned along this diagonal, so you have to hide out in the corner. And now you just need to tip black over the edge here. It's hanging by a thread with the queen defending the knight. Is it a move such as rook to d1, and when the queen moves, rook to d7?
Oh my god, David, that's so...
Ooh, the bar says
so
yes.
Sexy.
Thank you, Fiona. Maybe there was better.
That is beautiful. Okay, maybe there is better, but this one is I think a crusher, no?
Yeah, and at the very least, you'll win some material, or you'll deliver checkmate. I'm curious what the computer thought was better than that. I was super proud of this move. Okay, it says there's many winning moves. Queen h4, you can pin this, you can trap the bishop.
Boring way.
The boring way, but I want
You are anything but boring.
Oh, I don't know. That adjective has been used to describe my play from time to time. But when you're commentating, when you're analysing, it's easier to be a bit more fun.
Easier to be flashy.
Easier to be flashy. So wow, this is definitely on the radar. And he's played knight c7 instantly. What? And he takes a calm sip of water. Movsesyan, he's so experienced, but I have seen him in recent times just rush a bit slightly, and it feels like queen g4 is just a killer blow right now.
I think we have to stay here, especially because Fedoseev, 100% when he took on g7, he looked at this position and he must have thought, okay, knight c7 doesn't work.
Yeah, the reason I thought knight back to e7, yes, the connection's broken, but at least now a check on this, this can be met by a block. And you want knights to defend your king, and knight is a king's best friend, as they say. And at least here you have some measure of security for your king. But the other direction just looked plain and simple.
Will he play rook d7?
I mean, it's Fedoseev. He loves playing for the crowd.
Yeah.
He loves the flashy moves. I mean, he would never have played knight takes g7 in the first place if he didn't have something like that up his sleeve.
I think we'll get to that position we just had on the board after queen g4 check.
Unless Movsesyan wants to hide in plain sight on h6. But, okay, come on, this is just...
Yeah, we can just check.
Maybe checking diagonally is better just to cut out any knight blocks. We could have checked from this square, actually. Simple. And if the king goes back, we zigzag in. Next move, we take this knight. If the king sidesteps, to g6, then the knight can deliver a nasty check as well. Too many attacking pieces, 3's the magic number, the bishop, the knight, the queen, and black will be overwhelmed.
Yeah, I think Queen G4 will land on the board any moment now. Of course, Fedoseev doesn't need to rush. He still has 46 minutes, but I think he is about to give his team Super Chess the lead in this top match.
Yeah, maybe there are other winning moves, maybe there are other options, but it just looks so natural, so tempting, so kind of aesthetically pleasing here right now. Fedoseev, I think he won't be able to resist the temptation much longer. He'll give a check, and yeah, it's no surprise that white is winning when you notice that the 3 black pieces on the queen side, actually if you include the rook, 4 black pieces, they just cannot participate in any defense. This one's over, and Super Chess, their strategy, Fiona, solid with black, win with white, it seems to be working every match somehow.
You know what I suggest we do? We will go to board F6, Cornet against Shevchenko, but we'll keep these guys on the camera, as I think the killer blow is not going to take too long to come.
Yeah, and this position has evolved. This was the slightly weird variation of the Sicilian that nearly transposed to a French defense, and we left it a long time ago. Let's just trace our steps back to this moment, with white's knight threatening to come into b5. It looked a bit scary for black. The knight did indeed land on that square, forcing the black queen back, and after a kind of convoluted way of trading pawns in the center, we saw a bunch of exchanges, and white's ahead in development. And big question is, can you grab a pawn? I don't think you can sacrifice here. It looks very tempting to sacrifice, but black's
Let's take a look at that.
Wow.
Wow.
Okay. I eat my words. I was going to say here, the black knight can jump back to defend, and as mentioned, a knight is a great defender, but maybe just long term, the
Bishop
fact
G5.
Yeah, Bishop G5 or Rook E1, or probably your move.
No, Queen D6 maybe actually is.
Yeah, I was going to say the fact that black can never castle may be a factor. What's the follow-up here then? Is it a time-gaining move like, I want to play D4 for some reason?
D4 actually looks very tempting, because if the bishop moves, there won't be any more different.
Yeah, but it's your move, Fiona. It's Queen to D6.
Yeah, I was going to say, once the bishop moves, there will be no more Queen D6, but Queen D6 can just be played instantly.
So, mystery here, knight to E7. White would be doing quite well. White would have to start with bishop to F4 and play for long-term compensation, but okay, we can forgive Cornet for not going for this. Instead, he takes a pawn, also ambitious. Pawn up.
Looking good. For Cornet. Extra pawn. What's there not to like?
What's there not to like indeed? And okay, the knight is also trapped almost.
That's what there is not to like.
That's yeah, one thing not to like. It's quite a big thing here as well. There's one trap, black, and after the white king reacts to this, the white queen drops. So how do you save your knight? Save our souls. Maybe you have to counterattack. Maybe a move like b4 to hit the black bishop.
b4 is actually a very nice shot. But then, can I just get my pawn back?
Yeah, you can compensation, but if you take this pawn, I wonder whether white has something due to the fact that black king's still...
Yeah, maybe even a4.
Nice move. If castle kingside, then skewer. Yeah, this looks a bit scary for black.
Yeah, I would prefer to get castle, I think. In general, I like to be greedy, get my material back immediately, but I'd be very worried about remaining stranded in the center with the king.
Okay, he doesn't go for b4, queen e4 instead, defending its knight, this queen. And wow, the moves are really coming in thick and fast. Rook c8. Shevchenko's only down to 24 minutes. I need to pause. He's threatening the knight now. Or again, is it counterattack time? So many up, knight d4 maybe, the most ambitious move. Advantage. So yeah, even if black...
still messy.
Off though, and just gets castled, I think that's the number one. Shevchenko should be feeling relatively happy. There's a lot of loose light squares around the white king. If the black knight ever lands on f3, that could be fatal. I think Shevchenko, he's found a nice way to sacrifice a Even if white takes a second pawn, black has such good activity with a rook coming in, and knight coming into the light squares. Yeah, I think Shevchenko will be in his element here.
Meanwhile, we see that on board 5, Fedoseev still hasn't played queen g4. I think it could be a case of him having decided in his calculations that knight c7 just simply didn't work, and maybe he's in a state of shock that that's the move Movsesian went with. But let's just show it one more time, and after that we will go on a very quick break for just a minute as we get ready to receive a special guest in the studio.
The tactics here, and among the very many ways we think that white can win, maybe the most flashy of all of them is rook to d7, and this one will cost black a lot of material, just deflecting away the black queen from the defense of its knight. If the rook is taken, the bait is captured, then this would end in an instant checkmate. Maybe the thing that's forcing him to hesitate here is that black can counterattack against the white queen, but okay, I mean, you can win back some material, you can even sidestep this, and again, this checkmate.
I think if it was an online big blitz game, the big fish, he would have played queen g4 already. Big fish, of course, is his username. That's not a nickname we've given him. We are going to go on a very quick break, just a couple of minutes, and we will be back after that with Grandmaster Alojzij Jankovic. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hello and welcome back. We are being joined now by Grandmaster Alojzij Jankovic from Croatia. Alojzij, thank you so much for being here with us. You're not just a Grandmaster, you're also ECU Vice President. Let me first ask you, before we talk about chess in Croatia, about your experience of being here at this European Club Cup. You are not playing, but you seem to be having a good time anyway.
Yeah, so hello Fiona, hello David. I'm pretty glad to be here. Greetings to all the viewers. Yeah, it's a special event, some combination of many amateurs, many chess fans, plus top players, so it's always nice to be around. Now the things are heating up, so we all do expect some drama. As you know, that last few rounds can be really, really tricky. I'm waiting for some kind of ups and downs. But anyway, I'm so happy to be here. I think the event is a huge success for ECU. So many teams, record number, and actually all of us, not all of us, but mainly most of us are for the first time in Albania. I don't know about you guys,
also.
But it's yeah, some nice experience to visit a new country and to get some new memories, nice memories from this place.
I'm sure you're meeting a lot of new people, also maybe some networking going on behind the scenes. Can you tell us a bit? Croatia has a big event coming up this December.
Yeah, Croatia has this rich tradition. We have a chessboard in the coat of arms, and you know, somehow chess is very well connected with Croatia. But recently we do improved a lot. Grand Chess Tour is now some kind of regular tournament in Croatia. Top players are coming to Zagreb in July. And I saw some opportunity maybe for like a broader, to include broader chess society with the European Rapid and Blitz, which will take place in December. I invite viewers who are from Europe to come and to play. Zagreb is very interesting in December. For last few years was awarded as the best advent fair in December in Europe. So it's a very cool place to be. Rapid will take 2 days from 14th till 15th, and Blitz is reserved for 16th. Not so many days. I expect like 600 players from all the around the Europe. So really, yeah, some event. I think I would love that people come and see. It will be played in Zagreb Fair. You might see now some photos. Hotels are close to the venue. And yeah, I think the conditions will be very good, and it will be nice to combine some kind of tourist visit plus playing in the event. We increased a bit prize fund as well. So yeah, a lot of special prizes, so fun for everyone.
Absolutely, I'm sure many people will be happy to come to Zagreb for that tournament. Aloysia, you're not so active any longer as a player. How does it feel to be sitting here? I'm sure you're keeping a close eye on the games.
Yeah, I was never a top player. I was 25, 90 something. It was my career high, but I did play for a national team, so I experienced this like top level events. It's tricky when you, let's say, sort of finish career. I finished economics and sports management, so I was always a bit not fully involved in chess activities. But in general, it's a bit tough to handle this situation, because you want to sit there, you want to feel this perspective from a player, as a player. But it's also interesting to follow. You don't have this pressure of preparation, but you still can feel the moment and somehow be involved. So I'm here as a appeals member. So at the moment there were no appeals, so we are all looking forward that it stays this way. Also, Icelandic Chess Federation, Gunnar Bronsson is chairman, and we have Jean-Michel Repair from Monaco. So we are 3 of us in appeals committee. The first time I'm doing this role. It must sound there is no job to do, but believe me, it's always something around. Yeah.
So far, no appeals?
Yeah, so far no appeals. There were some slight issues. I'm not involved in let's say, part besides chess games. But at the moment, it looks that from the playing perspective, player's perspective, everything is running smoothly. Yeah.
We see actually on the camera there that unfortunately Fedorseev did not play the beautiful move Rook d7, but queen f4 probably just as strong. Have you been looking at the games today?
Yeah, I was following a bit. So this match is, of course, very important for Super Chess. They are pressing. What I've noticed, and at the same time, this knight f5 beautiful landed in the two games, very important games, Fedosev's game and Magnus' game. So it's, as Gasparov has said, when knight comes on f5, the game is over. I was thinking that it might actually be the case, but suddenly, yeah, it's not so clear, or am I missing something? Is it just an easy win for Fedosev, or Movsesyan can resist? I don't know, David.
Yeah, I think it should be over. This last move, he's defending f6. I don't see a knockout blow. I guess he can maybe win some material back by trapping this bishop.
Yeah, it's pretty desperate position for black, but Movsesyan can be tricky. And okay, Fedosev, I think, is now trying to, yeah, just not to get overexcited, because yeah, it seems that everything is winning. Yeah, this rook d7 is like a classical blow when you just end up in a book as a black. Yeah, but okay, so many interesting players. Since there are interesting games, since there are more teams than usual, somehow I think that like these important matches were postponed for one round. What was before second round now is third. So yeah, but now things will be very tense, and one win in a match is very important. Yeah, I was speaking with Markus Rager yesterday. Novi Bor has won the match, right? But they lost one game, but 2 wins with white saved them. So now it will be very, very important that you push with white. So Fedosev is the right guy to have him in the team also. Farm Forest, if I'm not mistaken, they are newcomers for Super Chess. Yeah, so it's in the Club Cup. I think it's very important to have that type of players. Your style, David. Yeah, that you can win, that you can, if you are in good shape, that you can win convincingly some games in a row. Yeah.
Yeah, and we see there the despair on Movsesyan's face. I imagine as the ECU vice president and member of the appeals committee, you have to be quite partial, but do you have any teams in the competition close to your heart?
Yeah, okay, I'm a friend of, captain of Super Chess, so I'm a friend of Ivan Sokolov, so let's say that we are sometimes commenting a few things. I think now he's maybe somehow established as one of the best coaches in the world. So I think this is a huge asset for their team. I'm spending some time with Norwegian team, since they are staying in the same hotel. I like how they hang on. This is like this club cup style, playing some football on the beach, and it's cool. Yeah. So somehow I have also this few. I would say that I'm sort of rooting also. Of course, I need to be objective, but I'm rooting a bit. I like this atmosphere, and there are so many teams. Also, you can find some teams, very interesting teams in the women's section. Yeah, so I think, for example, I'm very impressed how Stavroula is playing, Greek player who is playing first board. I think she's a very, very strong player. So yeah, she won 2 really convincing games. It's not easy. Okay, she was maybe some stage with Maria Muzichuk in some maybe slightly unpleasant position, but anyway, she has this capacity. It's not easy to win against Maria. So yeah, I see really some good players also in the women's section, how they play. Really, some games are very beautiful. Yeah.
Do you have a favorite game in this tournament so far?
Yeah, okay, it's hard to say. Actually, my favorite game was Deak's game, all the Deak's game, because sometimes he's making moves on the last second, and when I see heart attack approaching on Ivan's face, so these are usually my favorite games to follow. So, okay, I think his life will be a bit shorter, but yeah, it's fun to follow.
Aloysius, thank you so much for your time. Just a final question before we let you go. What is your prediction for the matches today on the top 2 boards, Super Chess?
Yeah, it seems that Super Chess is somehow in driving seat. Magnus match is really hard to follow, because okay, everyone expects that he wins, and also average rating of the team is mostly because of his superb rating. So it's not clear, but they have this fighting spirit. Although they might be favorites in terms of rating sometimes in some or underdogs in some matches. But I think that their team spirit might provoke some positive surprise. I think basically Novi Bor is probably the most balanced team in the event. So of course, and they have this last year they are reigning champions, right? So Novi Bor knows how to win. So yeah, it's really hard to say. I would say that more surprises we can expect from like fourth match, and also in women's section maybe their favorites are not maybe doing according to the rating, so they are more surprised there. Yeah.
We'll see what happens on those matches. For now, thank you so much for your time, and we hope that many of our viewers will be seeing you in Zagreb.
Yeah, looking forward to this event and other events in Croatia, and I'm happy also that you are doing a great job here, so congratulations. I'm pretty sure the viewers enjoying.
Thank you very much. And guys, we are gonna go also on a short break now. In roughly 10 minutes, we'll be back with all the action here as we approach the time control. Hello everyone and welcome back to round 5 here at the European Club Cup. We are still with the top match, Super Chess against Anier, and to my surprise, David, the game between Fideseev and Movsesian is still going, but for how much longer?
Yeah, this one is pretty much settled in terms of the inevitable result. It will end in a win for White, but I think we see team chess strategy, team chess dynamics at play yet again. Rather than going for anything spectacular but risky, Fideseev has taken all the sting out of the position. He's about to be 3 whole pawns up, and this one is guaranteed. I think he's just kind of giving his teammates a bit of certainty. He's letting them calmly know that he's about to wrap up the victory without letting his teammates have to calculate to evaluate this board. This is the current position. White, I think, can pretty safely grab this pawn on a6. The white king is the only thing you need to watch out for, so in the near future as well. White will play a move such as pawn to h3. There'll be no tricks, no traps anymore, and this will soon signal resignation.
You say he's about to wrap it up, but what about report?
Thank you, Fiona. I feel better about life now. Let's wrap this game up and move over to Rapport. Let's see whether his pieces are building a good rapport with each other here. Right now, wow, look at the evaluation bar. Maxime really squeezing the maximum out of this one.
I was just thinking, hopefully our viewers are not playing drinking games. Take a shot at every terrible pun. If you are, our apologies. So shall we rewind a few moves here?
Yeah, this one we joined this not that long ago. We saw this pawn break with pawn to f4, and actually going down a similar variation to the one we mentioned. Instead of queen to b8 that we said might walk into this nasty e5 move, opening up a avenue for the white queen. I think a much more accurate move from Vishy Anand. He dropped his queen back, meaning that pawn to e5 could simply be captured due to protection now of g6. We saw white take on f4, and the players just start to improve their pieces. Finally, black got the king to safety. I say safety, it's all relative. King on f7 here. And after a few more moves, the reason black is so dominant, I think, is just that white is utterly tied down. The white's pieces are going to be passive for the rest of the game, clinging onto this e4 square. I don't know where the breakthrough is. It might rely on a move such as f5 in the near future. But either way, it's Vishy Anand pushing on both sides of the board. He's put a pawn on a4, really nice. That's going to kind of be really uncomfortable for white's king. And once he improves this bishop, I think it might be time to strike.
Yeah, we see MVL there walking around looking very relaxed. I think this match in the balance from what we've seen so far. Close to winning, or at least a very big advantage for MVL. A winning advantage for Fideseev for Super Chess on board 4. We saw a draw on board 2. Let's very quickly take a look at all the live positions in the remaining games.
Yeah, quick review over the remaining games. This one is still level material, but again, every game seems to end up in this this dilemma between bishop pair and pawn structure. Right now, it's white with the shattered pawn structure. You could argue that actually one or two of them might drop off in the near future, but even if they do, white's bishops will provide some measure of compensation. I'm guessing that Dayak here will just defend this pawn and cling on for a while, but black's knight will start to activate, and yeah, this one I think is just roughly level. I think all of those factors eventually will balance out.
So let's check in with board 4 next, opponent against Van Foreest.
Yeah, this one's really tense. Again, a clash between the bishops and the pawn structure, and here the bishops are pretty sad. I think your call about white's position being easier to play, I think it's really becoming relevant now. These, especially black's light squared bishop, what a sad piece, locked in behind the pawn chain, pure defender. I don't know where the breakthrough is again. I think it might rely on white eventually getting through f4, maybe improving the white knight first, but either way, this one is in for the long haul, and time trouble might decide this.
Yeah, could the favorites from Super Chess be in some trouble? Let's go to board 6, Kornet against Shevchenko. I think a lot of pieces have already come. No, I'm confusing this with Mazet, which I looked at. I should know my Frenchman better than that. Maybe we can check in with Mazet in a while. So there are still a fair few pieces on the board here. Material is not even actually. White has an extra pawn, but the evaluation bar doesn't seem to think that the extra pawn counts for anything.
Yeah, black just has supreme pressure on the d4 pawn, and this will tie down all of white's army. It's a bit like it's kind of a mirror image of the game between Rapport and Vishy Anand, but in that one at least it was level material, so the side with the pressure had the advantage here. This pressure is enough to hold the balance, but nothing more. For white, it's hard to find an active plan as well. You can push a pawn to h4, but you'll never cross this barrier on the 5th rank that black's pieces are setting up. You can never really push your pawns on the queen side because you're too, it would be too loosening. And meanwhile, we finally do see a decisive result in this match.
Yeah, let's see how the game ended. We probably didn't miss too much. We last tuned in when the rook came in into the 6th rank.
Yeah, and just one move actually after we left it, knight to b7 was the clincher. Movsesian resigned finally, rather than face the prospect of a rook exchange. For example, the moment the black rook tries to get active, white could shut this one down immediately by taking the rooks off the board. 2 pawns up, and actually targets as well on the queen side for white's knight once it retreats. So finally he did resign, but he fought on, he tried his best. Fedoseev, though, takes the win.
Crushing victory by Fedoseev, but Super Chess are far from being safe. They are under tremendous pressure on boards 1 and 4. We will come back to this match in a short while.
Should we move on for the moment?
Yeah, you know what, we can have a quick look at a game that's already finished. Maybe just recap. We'll leave this match on the camera right now, and we'll recap the game Darda against Mamedyarov.
Yeah, and this one is on board 3 between 2 very strong teams. This one is between Chartres and Wienheim, and this one actually finished a while ago with Mamedyarov just in scintillating style, wrapping up a very quick victory, a brutal victory. I'll just trace back the last few moves. This was the final position. We'll break it down for you. In here, at least temporarily, black is a whole piece down, but rather than take back the piece, take back this knight on c4, he found the incredible queen to h3 diving in, and white's king turned out simply to be defenseless. White tried to bring the extra piece back to cover some key squares, but after a trade of bishops, black threatening checkmate now on h2, the key move, the beautiful, brilliant shack attack move, Fiona.
What a move it was. Rook e3 played by black here. The rook cannot be captured.
Yeah, if you take the rook, black simply takes back, and there are multiple threats, including queen to g2 checkmate and taking the white queen. You cannot fend them all off, and yeah, simply this was the clincher. Black here just threatens multiple things. I think actually the biggest threat is rook takes knight, for example. This would have ended in a checkmate. The white king caught now on f1. So Darda had nothing better to do than give up his queen, and one rook on e3 was not enough. Fiona, rook to e3, again settling the score here, giving up a rook, undermining this knight, because if the rook is captured, queen takes pawn will end in checkmate again very shortly. This knight will drop with a check.
What an incredible game, one of the games of the tournament for sure. But now let's return to the match between Offerspiel and the defending champs, Novi Bor.
Yeah, and we have to start with Magnus Carlsen, of course. First surprise is that he did not win Vincent Keimer's queen earlier. We pointed out a way to trap the black queen. Magnus would have won a queen for 2 pieces, 2 bishops. Instead, this is a very individual thing. Stylistically, he prefers to go for the attack, prefers to go for the initiative, and he kept level material on the board, but he still has a decisive advantage. And just to jump back to that key moment, a few turns ago, Magnus could have played the move bishop to d5 really flashy, as we mentioned, Fiona. This would have clinched a decisive material advantage. Instead, he simply dropped his knight back, kicked back the black queen, and just improved his pieces. I mean, Magnus Carlsen playing positionally, strategically in a Sicilian, and of course...
That bishop.
Yeah, that bishop, the b3 bishop, playing a key role. White is essentially about 5 tempi up on a normal Sicilian position. Black's pieces experiencing this this traffic jam here. Simply no way for them to activate get out, and notice how bare the black king side is. So if we catch up with the current position, after a few exchanges, Vincent Keimer trying to pin the white rook. This was broken. We see the current position, and Magnus, he reached out there. He did play the move f6, again, it's this bishop, it's the superiority of the white knight as well, which is about to jump in, and maybe just the direct attack against the black king.
Yeah, I mean, how does the king even survive here? The move that I think you have to play is g6.
Oof. Now if a white queen ever lands on h6, this is fatal.
Yeah, I was wondering, can I just play queen f4, the cave woman approach?
Yeah, I don't see why not. I'm surprised the evaluation bar is slightly dropping, but do I have to play king h8 to defend g7 with my rook? It's very lucky in this position. Okay, this would actually drop a rook with check. I'll pretend I saw that. I was going to say it's very lucky in this position that the rook is pinned, because otherwise there would be this typical queen takes pawn and rook h4 checkmate. But
maybe can we just set it up? Play king h1?
Yeah, king h1. I think you might be right. After the king slides, white's king slides. Okay, let's see what happens if I bring my knight into the game.
Where is the kill?
Where is the kill? It looks really close right now with the queen coming in. If you want to be boring, you could maybe just take a pawn.
What if I play queen h6 anyway?
Yeah.
Wow.
I was hoping to get away with knight takes pawn now, so you cannot deliver checkmate anymore, and I am still hitting your rook.
Yeah, I was hoping maybe rook h4, but knight h5, yeah.
Still terrifying for black, but surviving. Actually, the white king not entirely comfortable either. So, wow, I'm surprised Vincent didn't go for this. At least there he would have forced Magnus to find the concrete checkmate. Instead, he plays knight to d7. And now the black king is going to be out in the open.
Yeah, it's very tempting just to take on g7, I imagine.
Black king
has to take.
And, okay, he still needs to deliver mate. If the queens ever come off now, then black is fighting, black is surviving.
I would almost be tempted to just play king h1 again.
Yep.
I'm struggling to see how, well, I'm not sure what concretely my threat is yet, but I want to activate both the rook and the queen, and I can't do that while my king is on g1.
Yeah, this still looks super scary.
But they're stronger, so let's go back.
Go back. I think he will start with taking this pawn, Magnus Carlsen. He has a sizable time advantage as well, 26 minutes against 6 minutes. What is the key to this position, I was going to say, but it's Vincent Keimer, so it's not quite acceptable, that pun. Pawn takes pawn.
What's the K to this position?
And, okay, king takes g7. Let's try to find the breakthrough for white.
I was going to ask what happens if I get greedy and just take on f7.
Bishop takes pawn. Yeah, I'm wondering whether I can... Ooh, nope, not allow a checkmate in one. Whoops. Okay, that was not good, Dave.
But, I mean, I'm shocked that bishop f7 was, again, not so good. So there must be something more concrete.
Maybe the black king hides and it's a bit uncomfortable, this pin, this pin. Still looks very good for white, I've got to say. Pawn up now this time, but...
something with knight.
He's reaching out. Magnus, save us. Reveal to us. What is the move? I think he was
By
reaching
the
for that
way,
pawn.
we haven't mentioned it yet, but in this match, the game between Erik Hansen and David Anton has ended in a draw where Erik, after spending a lot of time on the opening, did pull the safety brakes a bit and guided the game to a draw.
Let's just very briefly show the ending of this one. For Erik Hansen, we were actually really worried about the way he'd been approaching this game. He had only 30 minutes left after 8 moves, and it was this position. He hit the black queen, which dropped back, and it was here that he started repeating the position. Yeah, I think good team strategy. He only had 2 minutes left actually after about 12 moves, which is incredibly risky. He here just kept threatening this knight c7 break, and yeah, the players just danced around with a knight, with a rook, and a repetition ended it. So good for the team who don't have to worry about his clock handling anymore. But for Magnus, let's go back there. He has just taken on g7. We're still lacking the killer blow. Maybe it's time to
check in with the computer.
Check with our Silicon friends. We found some decent moves, but nothing game ending. And okay, actually, there's a few moves here that came to mind, but I was reluctant to suggest them. because they take the game not towards a checkmate, towards a more strategic advantage.
Which is right up Magnus Carlsen's alley.
It is up his alley, but considering he could have been a whole queen up a bit earlier in the game.
Did he just play bishop d5? He did, yeah?
Of course he plays bishop d5. Of course he plays the best move. Of course he doesn't go for checkmate and let things backfire like we were trying to predict. Bishop to d5. He's simply now threatening to bring his knight into the attack. Knight to e4 is a huge, huge threat. And if the bishop is captured, the knight also lands on a really strong square. It's just total domination here, actually. Rook checks in the air. This white knight is just all powerful.
Vincent, also down to just 6 minutes. This is only move 25. Still 16 moves for Vincent to make. I'd be shocked if he managed to make the time control here.
Yeah. How impressed are you, Fiona, that he resisted the temptation to win material, to win a queen, and just kind of slow playing it, Magnus, with his advantage?
Very impressed. I'm shocked actually by that move we saw. Maybe we can very quickly go back to the moment that Vincent lost control of this game when he played knight g4. It's a move that takes some courage to play. It feels so loose, and the response wasn't obvious by Magnus, but it was incredibly strong. Knight f5, and white gets a close to winning advantage already.
Yeah, knight f5, and we're live, as they say. And yeah, this blow clearly missed by Vincent Keymer. The bishop attacked. He moved this bishop, but if he had taken, then this hit on the black queen would have been fatal. She would have been chased all the way back, and a nasty knight fork would have ended this game. So Magnus did get a decisive advantage. The biggest shock to me was that he didn't play this move bishop to d5, just trapping the black queen on c8, as we showed a bit earlier. Instead, he kept the material balance, just pushed a strategic advantage, and this is the game position. Vincent Keymer down under 5 minutes now.
Maybe we check in with the other games in this match quickly, starting with board 2, Grandelius against Sadvani.
Okay, and this one we predicted would end in a draw. It looks very, very balanced. Black has a beautiful bishop cemented on d5, but it's just the presence of opposite color bishops makes me skeptical either side can break through. The black king looks really active.
Yeah.
White can give a couple of checks if desired, but ultimately Fiona should, with best play, be a draw. Okay,
so let's move on now to board 3, Ariantari against Navarra.
Okay, and wow, Ariantari really fighting for his life here with white. It should be holdable. Actually, okay, rook to f8, last move. Black's
Can
got
he
active
just
pieces.
exchange everything? Well, he takes on f8, that is going to be recaptured, and now, if you're happy to make a draw, do you just swap queens?
Quite likely. You have to be a bit careful because black's rook is much more active than white's rook. Black's king also, if the queens disappear, has a route into the position. Still a long way to go before dreaming of winning this one as black, but it's only black who can win. White is the one trying to prevent, for example, black's rook coming down to the second rank. Yeah, Tari, he's just been trying to force draws. He's had 4 whites out of 5 games so far. He's been struggling in all of them, just not in form right now. And I think this would be a board that Navarra and Novi Bor would have been trying to target.
Yeah, it looks like he is holding it, but as you say, only black can win. Let's see the last game that we haven't caught up with, board 6, Raga against Urkedal.
Yeah, and when we were on a break just a few minutes ago, I was wandering around and I saw Urkedal kind of head in hands, but Raga was shaking back and forth in his seat, and I didn't see the clocks, but it does appear that Raga only has 4 minutes left. He actually sacrificed a piece not that long ago. Let's just show that moment. It was here where white had just pushed a pawn to f5, and this was ignored and allowed this capture on g6. Urkedal, having calculated that he could block with his bishop, and I mean, to me this looks mightily scary with all sorts of checks in the air, but he'd worked out that a knight on f8 does not allow checkmate, and okay, it looks like he's clinging on. White does have a draw up his sleeve. He throws a knight into c5 first though.
He also might feel that he has to play when looking at the match situation. They are lost on board 1, and the other games are in the balance.
Yeah, do you think Raga, with his remaining 4 minutes, is just going to be just purely walking around, looking at his teammates, wondering how much risk to take?
It's
whether to
tough
continue?
because it is move 36 already, so he's not that far from the time control. But you are going to have to. They have repeated twice already, right?
Oh wow, maybe this is the moment where. Do you see them on the camera?
No. Can we get the camera from?
I just want to do a quick count. So
Maybe. Do you think it might already be?
On move 32, Black played his bishop back to c8. It's 3 times repeating the position rather than 3-time move repetition. I don't see Raga at the back there. Maybe we just don't have the result confirmed yet.
If this is a draw, that's fantastic news for Timo Fischbill.
Yeah, fantastic defense there from Ökedal, who we thought was maybe under a bit of pressure. So this is the first time White gave a check. This is the second time we see the position. And the third time, it looks like the game has ended here. Ökedal probably claimed 3-fold repetition before playing the move king to h8. That's how you should do it. Stop the clock, write down the move, call the arbiter, and it looks like a draw. Great news for Offerspiel.
Absolutely. We'll come back to this match. I think somewhere we haven't checked in for a while. And yeah, there we get the confirmation. There is nobody at the board. The kings are in the middle. Great news for Team Offerspiel. Maybe very quickly, for a second, go to the top match in the women's section, and then we'll come back to the Super Chess Anières clash. So let's just check in with Typhoon Ljubljana and Gaz Ukraine.
Okay, and I think the top board of this this match looks very balanced. We won't spend too much time here. It's a level endgame, completely equal material. The only imbalance being that White has 2 versus 1 on the queen side, a small pawn majority there. Black having 4 versus 3 on the king side. So Fiona, which side, probably ending in draw, but which side would you take?
Probably White because of the pawn majority on the queen side. Also because Black has only under a minute on the clock. But I think Anna Arshenina will hold this one. So I think we can come back to this one in a while. Let's check in with Lila Vakishvili. We loved her position earlier on against Natalia Buxa, and it looks like the position has only further improved.
Yeah, it looked like she had this big strategic advantage. She's transformed that into a material advantage as well. Bishop g6, Black's last move, but all of the remaining Black pawns isolated. They look ripe for picking, and I wouldn't be surprised if White just goes hunting for those pawns right now. Rook to c6 looks very healthy. Bishop to h3 looks very healthy. This is just a disaster for Black. No real counterplay as long as the c-pawn is kept under watchful gaze. So
advantage to Ukraine on board 2. Let's go to board 3. Unuk against Darlite.
Okay, and this time advantage Ukraine as well.
I was just looking at the standings again to remind myself, if Ukraine win this match, they are going to leapfrog Typhoon into first place.
Wow, and right now, I'm just doing a quick count, but Black has an extra knight, only for a white b-pawn. Stepping back there, Darlite Cornet. Wondering how she won this piece. Laura Unuk's been in great form recently, and if we just backtrack to a position earlier, I had an eye on this during one of the earlier breaks, and I thought, okay, White's got a nice advantage. White's queen reactive, the knight in the center, White's rook coming to the middle of the board, but it looks like there was a blunder, a clear blunder in just a moment. Okay, bishop takes a5, just really, yeah, unfortunately, just walking into some crazy geometry after a trade, missing the move queen to a8.
That's
pinning.
An incredible move.
Yeah, incredible blow here, a one-move trick, and due to the fact that this bishop is pinned, due to the fact that b6 is a discovered check, White had to lose a piece. Yeah, heartbreak there, and if we catch up with the current position, the Black Knight's going to win this game.
Absolutely. So let's go to board 4, Zhukova against Ur. But this match so far looking fantastic for Gaz Ukraine.
Yeah, and I think we've jumped into a critical moment here. White with 6 minutes, Black with 14. But White's central majority has mobilized. We mentioned earlier it was the clash between pawn structures. And Black's knight, if it has to retreat, momentum will flow in White's favor. If there's some tricks here for Black, then maybe Black can hold the balance. Okay, she jumps into the center. I think this was the key move. Going back would not have cut the mustard. And okay, a force of this knight trade, I'm assuming. There we go, knight takes knight, just been played. Black has an isolated pawn now, but there are still some threats against the slightly loose white king. Fiona, again, I'm going to ask the question, who would you take intuitively here?
White, I'd probably play g4 and get those pawns moving. g4, of course, not just attacking the queen, but making sure the pawn on h3 is safe. I don't know.
Yeah, it looks very logical. And unless black can be a bit flashy and play a move like d4, I'll just move my queen. Well, I'll move Zala-Ur's queen here. And yeah, you can blockade, but also...
Can you even get greedy and take on a7?
Yeah, that wasn't even on my radar. Queen takes pawn there. The one downside is that you're really far offside, and maybe the d-pawn will start rolling. This is a bit scary.
It is scary. You can not block the pawn now from d2 because the queen would come into e1 with a devastating check. I wanted to try taking the pawn on a7, but I don't think I would take it during a game.
Yeah, I mean, for example, you could still kind of put some pressure on the black rook. The black rook is defended, however. I was just wondering what happens in a situation like this. Just trying to break the
messy.
tension. Yeah, it gets really messy. So depending on the match situation, if white really needs to win, then we might see this move, queen takes a7.
Doesn't look, I think she'll look over and she will keep things safe as they have a big lead, a big advantage on boards 2 and 3. So looking very good for Gaz Ukraine. We'll come back here in a while. For now, let's go back to the Open and to the top match between Super Chess and Anier.
Let's jump there, and right now the score is 2-1 in Super Chess's favour, but the top clash.
So Deak against Musar actually ended in a draw. Had we seen that?
Okay, I don't think we'd seen that, no. We saw it a bit earlier where it was roughly in the balance, but just to show the final position of that one, Deak with white here. It looks like he did just offer a draw on move 33, both players with just around 15 and 18 minutes, and yeah, just no material remaining pretty much. This one, fair result. And
yeah, board one of the critical games in this match where Maxime, is he making more progress? We've seen a couple of minor pieces come off. Let's rewind a few moves.
Yeah, let's rewind back here. White had been dancing around with the king, maybe feeling d1 is a safer square than b1, and black was the one, Vishy Anand, to force the trade of bishops. It makes sense if you compare the two pieces. This bishop looks quite prospectless compared to white's piece, and if we catch up with the current position, still lacking a breakthrough. The e4 pawn is a target, but what next? I guess you have to maybe combine attacks against, for example, c4 and e4, and maybe hint that eventually, once you triple up your pieces as black, that you might break with f5. It just looks like a dream position where you can probe and look for weaknesses and force white to come up with really difficult defensive moves.
I would be absolutely shocked if Maxime doesn't convert this one. Also, if you look at the white position, it is white to move right now. What do you even do? You are condemned to passivity unless you can play g4.
Yeah, g4, the one downside is that black, for example, could play a double attacking move here. Maybe that's even better, but queen e6 would hit both pawns simultaneously. And yeah, once a pawn drops with check, I think this one will be, well, should be hopeless. Rook takes pawn to come next. So this is the live position. If white can't do anything active, it's going to be so tough to force yourself to make a decision. We see in the background there, Richard Rapport on the right, Vishy Anand away from the board. Vishy Anand actually standing behind him. And yeah, this one clearly in black's favour.
In the foreground of the camera, we have another potentially decisive game in this match. Oparin against Jordan van Foreest, where it looks like Jordan is fighting back. Fighting back,
and I just want to show one really clever move. Van Foreest, every time I see him play chess, he sacrifices a pawn in some way or another. And here, it looked like white was working the magic, a knight about to land on a beautiful outpost on c4, from where it could leap forward. And okay, we see a result there.
In Magnus Carlsen's game, Magnus winning a huge game on board 1 for his team Offerspiel, taking advantage obviously by Vincent Keimer. We'll go back to that match in a second. Let's just check in with the last two games here real quick. We'll see how Magnus's game ended and how his teammates are getting on.
Yeah, great win for Magnus Carlsen, who's now on 100%, still on 100% in this event. I just wanted to show this really clever move, pawn to a5, sacrificing on a square that looks like it's covered by the opponent. That's always the most effective way to break your opponent's coordination in chess. Pawn takes a5 here, I guess would have been met by a recapture on c5, or maybe even this move bishop a6 just blockading first and next taking this pawn. We saw rook taking on a5, and okay, there's a hit on the black rook, but once the black rook moves, it feels like it's balanced. Maybe the b5 pawn, sorry, the c5 pawn even will be a weakness in the near future.
Only 6 minutes for power, and it's only move 29. This one is going to heat up. For now, let's quickly check in with board 6 cornet against Shevchenko.
Okay, and this one, let's do a quick count. White's still a pawn up, but this time the white king is a bit open. Expecting black in the near future to try and come in with his rook. You have to be a bit careful about the black king as well, of course, but looks like good compensation, Fiona. Maybe some pressure against this weak, isolated pawn as well.
Do you think this is just even, or do you think white has to be a little careful?
I think maybe both sides have to be a bit careful. We still have 11, 12 moves to make before the time control. Not too much leeway on the clock here. I'm not sure who I would even take here, to be honest. I think maybe I would take white as long as I don't get checkmated. Because of the extra pawn, it feels like more margin for error. For black, if you trade off queens, then suddenly you're defending a horrible rook endgame. But yeah, Shevchenko as well looks visibly nervous on the camera. He's about to make a move.
He is the player with less time. He is also down a pawn, so he constantly has to prove that activity, that compensation. I like the move queen a5, both hitting the pawn and looking to maybe come into d2.
Yeah, I think he's got this under control. At some point, maybe white can give back a pawn, either a2 or maybe e3, just to get the queens off, just to get towards safety. So this one we're expecting, yeah, just to be level.
So let's go and see how did Magnus wrap up his game against Vincent Keimer.
Wow, and just incredible, because in the final position, Magnus is actually a pawn down, but his position is so dominant that Vincent did not want to look at it anymore. We left it just 4 moves previously. Bishop to d5 we thought was a great strategic idea, just getting the white knight into an active square. This square was taken away by black's pawn, f5 played, and after a capture, I guess pawn takes bishop here would allow white's b pawn to wreak some havoc. What would the idea be here? Oh, maybe just knight to a4 even, just kicking the black queen away, protecting this pawn. Either way, this white b pawn would look dangerous. Vincent took with the queen, and white simply doubled up. Queen takes pawn now, and knight back to f4. A family fork, a royal fork is in the air, and I guess rook takes d6, a secondary threat. No way to hold against both of these. Vincent Keimer resigns. He's about to lose material, and what a win by Magnus. This just shows the element of control in chess.
Yeah, he didn't convert in the way we thought he would, but this was typical Magnus style. One-way traffic throughout the whole game, and Magnus giving his team the lead in this match between Offerspiel and Novi Bor. Let's check in with the remaining 3 games, starting with Grandelius Sadvani.
Yeah, this one's still not, well, I was going to say still not changing too much, but white has won a pawn. White has grabbed a pawn on a4 with the white rook. Black's activity should compensate, but I don't know, being materialistic, I do feel that Niels Grandelius will be getting optimistic here. We see Niels on the camera looking at the clock a bit there. He tends to be quite good in these endgames against Sadvani, who's also, of course, great, but against the younger opponent, maybe aiming to grind away. Black can, for example, push a pawn to c4, kicking away this black bishop.
What is the defensive setup here for? I'm shocked that white doesn't have a bigger advantage. As black, how do you, I guess you try to defend actively, but how do you do it?
Yeah, I guess it's just hard for white to make progress. So he's got his rook on an open file. Maybe he'll try to go behind and kind of go for this c2 pawn. If he lands on the second rank, then some counterplay. I guess as well, this bishop is so strong. And if it does get kicked away, then black will just happily sit and stare at this pawn.
I was also, I was also thinking that if white plays c4 and the black rook gets in behind rook b1, rook c1, and we give a check, suddenly the king doesn't have that second rank shelter any longer, and if the king has to drop back, the black king could potentially even come in at some point.
Yeah, it feels like the type of position where it's enough activity, and if white wants to keep the extra pawn or stem black's activity, then maybe a trade of rooks would happen, and that's where opposite colour bishops will play their role.
Let's go to Ariantari, who's looking rather depressed there on the camera.
He's looking rather depressed because he's begging for a draw right now, Ariantari. He might well get it. I think he's calculated this endgame to perfection. Black can give a check, for example. This will be blocked. And actually, we've seen the position repeat itself several times. We saw in this position earlier on move 35, one check. The white rook drops back. We saw a second check. The white rook blocks. And actually, if we see rook e2 check right now, this would repeat the position a third time after white blocks. So this is the moment of truth. Just to point out, the king and pawn endgame looks quite promising for black because black's king is so far ahead in the race to the center. But the problem is you can not quite get to this pawn in time. White will block its path. And I think this is just a case of both sides shuffling with their kings, no way forward. So this will end in a draw, Ariantari. It's not been a pleasant game for him, but
he got the job done, especially with Magnus taking that important win on board 1. Maybe this match will hinge on Pranav, who's black against Nguyen. Let's go there.
Yeah, and Pranav, okay, he's a pawn up here as black, but this pawn will not be long for this world on e4. It's tying white's, oh no, I can't make puns on the names. It's tying black's pieces down if he wants to defend this pawn. Bishop f5 comes to mind.
Okay, let's have a look at bishop f5.
Yeah, I just wonder whether white gets greedy now. Taking on a6. Oof. This is a 3-result game. This is maybe the least predictable of the remaining game so far. Yeah. Black does have ideas like knight to d3. Maybe queen to g5, getting active.
No, I was hoping to play knight c4 maybe at some point as well.
Mm-hmm. Attacking this pawn, I would be forced to defend. I'm not sure that's the best way. Yeah, this could go in any direction. Again, I do wonder whether white can just snap off this pawn in the near future, creating a really dangerous passed pawn of his own. The evaluation bar says slightly in white's favor in the current position, and I think if white does get time to take this pawn on e4, then a safe advantage, minimal risk, and black will be really passive with lots of weaknesses to worry about. So maybe a key moment in this one, we see Pranav in the background of your picture there with 8 minutes left.
I have to say, I feel for these players. I think the Ariantari game probably will be a draw.
You can see on his body language, he's pretty certain it will be a draw.
And then only 2 games will remain, which will put so much pressure on Pranav and Sadhvani. They know that if they can both hold, they will win a huge match here. David, I think that we should go back to MVL against Report. Maybe, you know what, you're going to go there. Let's check in quickly with board 3. We haven't seen that at all. So let's check in with Shahut against Fienheim, where 4 games have already ended.
Yeah, we saw earlier a win, this beautiful win with 2 rook sacrifices on e3 from Mamedyarov, giving Fienheim the lead. We saw a draw on board 2 between Maxime Lagarde and Basim Amin. Board 3, fan favourite Anton Korobov. Looks like he's doing the business. He's a pawn up currently. White's king is really bare. White can regain some material by taking the pawn on d6, but it feels like black's knight is the stronger of the 2. And actually, I'm blundering a pawn over here, but
yeah, but the queen seems to be getting so active.
Knight takes pawn. What would happen? There's a tactic. It feels like there's a. Oh, well, it's an obvious one. I was going to be like knight move and then take on e4, but you're already attacking that pawn. This would be a double attack. I mean, this just looks horrible for white right now if you cannot go pawn hunting. Defending with an open king while queens remain on the board, especially with not that much time left, is not going to be easy. I think Korobov, a huge favourite there. We see him on the left of the picture. He's most likely going to take this win. Absolutely.
He's in great shape so far on 2.5 out of 3.
And we saw a handshake in the picture. Let's go to this board quickly. Wow, it's actually a draw between Yuri Krivoruchko and Timothy Razafin-Bratima. Black was winning this game out of the opening.
That's why I look so confused. Let's rewind a little bit and see What happened here?
Yeah, let's see what happened, because actually it was around this moment where I took a look in earlier. Black is a pawn down, but the computer says it's a winning advantage for black. For example, kicking this bishop back and then planting a queen in the center would regain the pawn with interest. Once the bishop lands on the long diagonal as well, white's king is going to be in for, it's just going to be hellish to try and defend this one. But somehow he managed to trade off all the pieces, and the final few moves, white was able to just bail out into this queen endgame, down a pawn, but delivering a perpetual check to the black king. No way to hide from these checks.
We saw the disappointment there on Timothy's face. So what is the score now in the match?
It's 3-2 for Fienheim with only Korobov to play. So as long as he doesn't lose, they take the win.
Absolutely. It looks like a win on the horizon for the German team, unless we see a big collapse by Korobov. And let's go back now to the top clash, Super Chess and yeah.
Okay, we're closing in on the magical move 40 and the time control. Time trouble imminent.
So in this match, Super Chess currently have a 2-1 lead. 3 games remain, one of them the top board report against MVL.
Yeah, and it feels like MVL has to win this one. Still yet to find the breakthrough, but he's kind of looking for ways in. The black queen is maybe coming into b4. The white king is not a great blockader. Kings and queens are just terrible blockaders, while major pieces remain on the board in general.
What have reports last couple of moves, last moves been?
White's last moves have been king to c2, queen landing on f3, and then king to d3. So he's trying to desperately defend his e4 pawn, but it's the theory of two weaknesses here, or two kind of attacking on two fronts, I think, Fiona. He's going to put a queen on b4, try to kind of push a pawn to a3 and break into the c3 square, while simultaneously maybe threatening f5.
Do you think there's any chances for Rapport to hold this one?
I think I'd already resigned, to be honest. It's so depressing. He needs Vasily here to get hasty.
MVL looks very confident.
Yeah, exactly. You see him on the camera watching other games, or watching his own game even, with a lot of interest there. Vasily. And the problem is, black can even just wait. Black can wait until the time control, till move 40. We're 4 moves away now, and then start calculating variations. White's position will never improve itself.
Let's go to board 4, Oparin against Van Forest.
Okay, we left this a few moves ago, and let's catch up with the current position. Okay, this has changed. It's still level material, but black has a passed b pawn. It's opposite color bishops again. Who's favorite here? It's really hard to tell. Black's king potentially vulnerable in the 7th rank. Nope, going for the b pawn instead. Big threat on the board of a skewer.
So you need to step out of that and defend the pawn, maybe rook b8? Or?
I think I would take white, to be honest. Rook to b8 could be played. But now I would attack your queen, and I say I'd take white just because of the weakness of these central pawns on dark squares. If
not rook b8, then I guess the queen has to drop back, but where to?
Maybe queen b8, just defending this pawn, Ugh, I don't like it though. I mean, I wouldn't play it right now probably, but f3 to... Yeah, I definitely wouldn't play it now.
But why not? Why was f3 so bad?
Ooh, is the white queen trapped somehow? I mean, yeah, why is it this bad? I was going to say at some point you want to come in and take this pawn, but is it the move g... No, it's not g5. I was going to say this queen is almost trapped. I'm confused, Fiona. I'm really confused.
Okay, let's turn on the...
Oh, wait. Okay, I think I've got it. Rook f4.
Oh, and the queen cannot...
And the queen is trapped.
And the f-pawn is blocked. It cannot give the queen a... That's really, really nice.
Wow, this could be a really sneaky and really important trap, actually, because if black didn't have, in this position, rook to f4, if white was in time to land a bishop on g3, then it's actually white with the advantage. So yeah, right now, it's not an easy move to play, though, queen to b8. This is going to be uphill struggle. I think Jordan van Forest making a draw here. It's not his type of position either. He wants to be active. He wants to be giving away pawns, getting active pieces. Queen b8, any human, is incredibly tough.
So if MVL wins his game, which we think he will, this one is in the balance. And what's happening in Kornet-Shevchenko?
Yeah, Cornetto is my favorite ice cream, if anyone asks. Here right now, Cornet is doing something. He's making some progress, I was going to say. At least he's taken one set of pieces off the board. one set of rooks off the board, and he can start pushing. White has everything covered. It's a 2-result game. It feels like Shevchenko's just fighting for the draw.
David, sorry, no, go ahead.
Go for it.
No, I had a question, but you finish your
I was going to say he should be able to make the draw because he's so active. Black's piece is so nice, but still some work to do.
What's your prediction for the result of this match?
It feels like Vasily will level the scores. I have a feeling Oparin and Cornet, neither of them are in trouble, but both of them, I have a feeling they'll both end in draws. I think we might see 3-3, which kind of suits both teams, but at the same time doesn't suit either team because then there'll be one clear leader off a spill.
If they win.
Assuming they win, which...
They haven't done yet. Should we go back there?
Okay. Okay, let's check in on Ranak Sadwani's attempts to defend an endgame a pawn down. Looks like time. The time is right for activating the black rook, going in and behind. Should still be a draw. Even if rooks disappear, this one opposite colour bishops is a draw. And okay, he takes a different route with his rook. He first hits the bishop, very clever, because pawn to c3 would have allowed the black rook down in, king e3, and now he'll go behind.
We see, by the way, that the game between Ariane Terry and David Navarro was indeed agreed a draw. So only 2 games remain. Everything drawn so far, apart from Magnus's win over Vincent. And the task is clear now. The 2 Indians on Team Offerspiel with the black pieces, if they hold, Offerspiel is going to win the match. But is Pranav in some trouble?
I think Pranav in deep trouble, actually, and he prematurely went active this last position. We actually saw it just 1 move ago, where I was advocating for bishop to f5, trying to get the knight into d3. Cling on to your extra material. If you have structural weaknesses, like black does here, clear targets, then you need something dynamic to cling on to. You might as well suffer for something. Instead, he played the move queen to g5, but the reason I didn't like this is because of what white played, queen to e3. We mentioned it, any endgame, if queens ever disappear from the board, white is simply winning. This d6 pawn is likely to drop. As the plan you mentioned, Fiona, just coming in with the white knight will pick this one off. a6 is weak, e4 will fall. So he actually lost a move. He retreated queen back to f6, but he's just lost a whole tempo. And I'm just wondering what his answer is now to the knight coming in.
Yeah, we see on the right-hand side, Van, he senses he is the one with the best chances to level the score. Knight c4 is the most tempting move, and indeed what do you do here as black?
It's ugly. It's really ugly. This is the kind of base of the pawn chain, this pawn on d6. If it falls, black's position collapses. He needed that extra move. If black's bishop were already on f5, then it would have been possible to shuffle across rook to d8, defending the black d6 pawn. Now, if you drop back with your knight, then it's maybe the a6 pawn that will fall in the next few moves. I think this is what he's relying on, but maybe he's hoping that rook takes a6 will be met by bishop to b5. But even this...
How is this?
Somehow the engine thinks is great for white. Maybe you just pin... Nope, not that one. What is the idea? I mean, clearly he's banking on this idea. Otherwise, he's just going to crash to defeat. And this is making both players pause. Rook takes pawn, bishop b5, Fiona. Double attack.
We need to figure this one out.
Is it something like queen to... Nope, it's not queen to b6. Attacking the rook, I thought. Oh, okay, this is the live position, but this might be the critical variation. So, okay, let's check this one out. And Fiona, I don't think I would have found this in... well, maybe I would have eventually, but knight takes d6 is the crusher, opening up an attack against this black bishop and counter-attacking against the rook.
Actually, it's one of these moves. Once you see it,
it's obvious.
It's not that difficult, but to spot it.
To spot it, and it's, yeah. I mean, these things don't just magically appear in chess usually, but this is basically a one-off tactic, and it's a very forcing line. Knight takes c4 effectively forces the black knight to go passive. You take a pawn. If black plays the most ambitious move, a double attack, bang, knight takes d6. But yeah, from 3 moves in advance, it's not obvious at all. So that's the only reason he's hesitating from this strong move.
And he is still thinking. He's under 5 minutes now. I think that's the game that we should probably follow. Maybe we have a bit of time, or do you want to stay around here? I feel that game is probably going to be decisive for this match.
Yeah.
MVL still in the driver's seat.
I think this is a good place to stick for now. Nothing too much is changing on the top boards between Super Chess and Anier. I think that one, or all three remaining games will get to move 40 without too much fuss. This one's still a long way to go.
Yeah, so let's stick around here with Nguyen and Pranav. And I'm surprised that he's spending his time here. He had a nice time advantage. Now time is equaling out. Of course, that's easier said for me here, sitting cozily in the commentary room. If not knight c4, do you see any other tempting moves, all right?
I mean, it's just one that I mentioned a bit earlier, just taking this pawn, regaining the material balance, and maybe your a pawn will be strong. We see the bar reacts, but also very strong for white. Maybe he feels this is easier to manage, especially with clocks ticking. For example, this type of position, I think the a pawn eventually will cruise home. You just get the rook out the way and start pushing. Actually, in time trouble, maybe this is even better, so you don't have to calculate at all, and you have a clear plan. That's the main thing. When you only have 2-3 minutes on the clock, if you know you're going to push the pawn no matter what, just play it, go for it.
And Van still in the tank, now down to 3 minutes and 10 seconds. We see the office bill players, as usual, sticking around. I'm sure Magnus is not too far. Our view is being blocked there. Still to make a decision. Do you think it's going to be knight c4, bishop takes?
I think I wouldn't be able to resist the temptation of knight to c4, although there is this one variation to calculate. Maybe if he didn't see that trick with knight takes d6, then you cannot go for that variation. Maybe his spidey senses are tingling and he's saying, okay, I feel there's a win here, but working it out is costing him a lot of his remaining time.
I think he's not going to play knight c4.
Okay, what do you think instead? Will he take the pawn? Bishop takes a6?
Yes.
Okay, good prediction. I think it's a 50-50. It's one of those two moves. I don't see anything else. I was going to say rook c1 played though, and maybe this is strong as well. That takes a lot of self-control though. That's a very impressive move. Just pinning, and he's now hoping that there'll be tricks against this loose, this undefended black rook. Maybe, for example, knight to b3 instead of knight to c4.
Yeah, it's actually a move we should have considered. Completely logical. Activating one of your pieces that wasn't doing too much on d1, as you say, pinning this knight from c5. And I can't get away. I would love to play a move like knight e6 to offer a rook trade, but the problem is that this bishop on d7 is hanging. So white here can simply take, and after rook takes, take on d7, and that's lights out. So what does black do instead?
Yeah, it's tricky to find a move. Yeah, actually, you're right. We should have looked at improving moves. It's just so tempting. I think he would have been also calculating the direct attempts, and then he realized that they were less clear or less desirable than he had hoped, and then looking to improve pieces. That's what you should fall back on if the direct lines don't work. For black, I would be looking at just protecting. I really hate having hanging pieces.
Is it move 36? So 5 moves to make for black with only 2 minutes on the clock. Very tough situation for Pranav.
Yeah, I think I would play a move such as rook c8. I've blundered too many pieces in time trouble throughout my career to want to leave anything undefended. So this one would at least ask some questions on the c-file. At least, for example, if the white knight comes forward, it will be pinned. Black's knight can now move. I'm not sure. There's actually many tempting moves, and there'll be a pin on white's rook on c1. So yeah, rook c8 I think is by far the most natural. You don't really have tempting moves with your bishop.
And you can't take on a6 any longer either.
Yeah, just to show that bishop takes a6 would immediately backfire because black could take, attacking this rook on c1 and would be able to recapture on c7.
Wow, rook c8 not played.
Not played. Okay, bishop f5, so something we mentioned earlier. Also very logical. But now the knight's still pinned. I wonder if knight to b3 is an idea. I wonder if knight to c4 is still in the air, going for this pawn. Still looks so tense right now. 2 minutes each.
Let's take a look at knight c4 actually.
Okay, knight to c4. Attacking this pawn, and is it something active? Is, for example, a move like knight to d3 possible suddenly? Because he's been so passive for so long, he'll want to go for something like this. Again, some tension, and knight takes pawn. What is black's idea? I still don't see it. A trade of rooks, maybe, and I'm trying to be tricky. Check this out. Oh, okay, it doesn't work because black's bishop is hanging. I wanted to play this actually, hoping you'd take the rook and then, whoops.
Very sneaky.
I control this square, so white's rook not back in time. But yeah, unfortunately, this bishop is hanging instead, and the white knight comes back to defend the promotion square. He's played knight to b3, saving us from that melee of complications.
Knight b3, another logical move, actually, utilizing this pin, utilizing the fact that the knight cannot move up. Can the knight drop back now to e6? Good
question. I guess we can just take this knight because now suddenly the knight in b3
of course,
protects.
what am I saying?
Protects the rook on c1. So I think you just have to defend this piece. But wait, suddenly tactics in the air. Rook to c8. I wonder if you can just trade everything off right now. Firstly, you can take this a6 pawn, but you can maybe make an argument for taking this rook, forcing the queens off the board as well, due to this tension on the 6th rank. And luckily, at the very end, you can feast on the a6 pawn. And
with the two passed pawns.
Yeah, Alfie the a pawn here would do the business. One of the pawns, at least, will win this game for white. This might be game over, actually, before move, or at least effectively be decided before move 40. Look at Magnus Carlsen in the background. The nerves must be jangling right now.
Yeah, for Pranav, it's a tough spot. You constantly, I feel the presence of Magnus right behind you. And unfortunately, it looks like, well, unfortunately for Pranav, it looks like Nguyen is about to equalize this match for Super Chess. And then the pressure will increase by quite a lot on Sadhwani, who is defending still a slightly inferior endgame.
Yeah, and there we saw him put his hand on his head, Pranav. He actually looked over at Sadhwani's board as well. And the desperate queen retreat back to d8, but now his structure will be obliterated after knight takes c5. Knight to c5 instantly played by his opponent there. And look at those black pawns. Ugh, all of them are dropping actually in the near future. You can throw the d pawn forward. You can take this pawn on a6.
You're only 2 moves away. The player's only 2 moves away here from move 40, so I think also for Nguyen the last 2 moves will be easy. He has sidestepped any tricks, any danger, so he's safely going to make the time control, and then he'll have all the time in the world to convert.
Yeah, I expect him to take this pawn. Bishop takes a6, and this does set up a trap as well, of course. So next move, bishop back to c4. You can autopilot this, you can pre-move it almost and start pushing the a pawn. Like you say, it's just unfortunate for Pranav that white's moves are so easy, so natural right now.
Let's quickly check in with Raundi on board 2.
Okay, against our good friend Niels Grandelis, who's a pawn up right now. Still feels like it's within the realms of a draw here. If you push forward the white a pawn immediately, then black can give a check and take this pawn next move. Also watch out for black's bishop coming in behind. This one's still anything possible, but we have reached move 40.
Yeah, so let's go back to Pranav and Nguyen.
Okay, he takes on c5 with his rook, and actually some of the advantage, at least according to the engine, disappears. Looks very natural. I'm really surprised he took this pawn when the a6 pawn looks far juicier. Still in control for white here, of course.
Pranav looks a little resigned. I think he understands this position is gone. How bad is it according to the engine? Very bad.
Yeah, the computer says over +3, +4 advantage for white. Unsurprisingly, we've already said it's just full control here. He moves his rook, trying to keep pieces on, but this pawn is dropping. White will have 2 very strong passed pawns. Black has 0 counterplay. This just looks, this looks over, as you say. Just 1 more move now for white.
And actually, Nguyen is a massive scorer for Novibor. He's currently on 3.5 out of 4, performing at over 2,800. And he is going to bring, it looks like, a much-needed win to the defending champs. And then we will be left with this game, Grandelius against Sadhwani, which I think is going to go on for a long time.
Yeah, the other battle, the game on board 2, will be a grind. I'm just checking in on the first match between Super Chess and Anier. I think we'll update everyone with developments there a bit later on, but queens are off the board in that top clash between Rapport and
Let's go there. I think that, or how many moves are we off actually?
From the time control here, it's
1.
about to be move 40.
Okay, then we'll watch the last move, and then we'll go back to Super Chess against Anier. We'll update that. We'll update the top women's match, and then we'll go on a little break. But for now, let's see the last move here. And White's last move was an obvious one. White capturing that pawn on a6.
Yeah, that looks obvious. And Pranav, he's got just under a minute to make his final move of the time control. It's going to be hard here. Nothing productive to do, unfortunately. White's rooks dominate everything. White's pawns will run through, and yeah, I think we've talked enough about White's advantage. He does make one final move. He plays rook to f8. Understandable. He's trying to create some faint hope. Maybe he'll try to put the fear of ghosts into his opponent. Some counterplay against f2, but yeah, it's distant. It's unlikely to ever be too threatening.
So it looks like this match, obviously we thought they were favorites to win it. It looks like that is probably not going to happen any longer. If anything, they will be fighting to save the draw.
Yeah, just that other clash, remember, was this rook and opposite colour bishop position. And assuming this is a draw, as we think it will most likely be, 3-3 is, well, probably on the cards.
And let's see, is 3-3 also a possible result in Super Chess against Anier? So far, they scored 2-1 in favor of Super Chess. And MVL seems to have lost a little bit of his advantage.
Yeah, I must admit, making this decision on move 40 is a bit bizarre. In this position, on move 40, Rapport offered a trade of queens. We mentioned that Black had all the time in the world to go around, look for a plan. He could have kept the queens on, for example, threatened ideas such as f5, just kept the tension for a few more moves. But on move 40, with only a few minutes left, he made the committal choice to trade off queens. And you have to be 100% sure you're breaking through here with Black. Most likely you are. You still have ways to create kind of active play on the king side, but feels a bit impractical to me.
Yeah, I actually trust MVL. As if the clock times are correct, I know I just said seems to have lost a bit of his advantage, but maybe MVL, he's known for being a fantastic calculator. He made his move with still 3 minutes on the clock. So my instinct would be to trust him.
I'll disagree. I'll say that I've played Maxime many times, and actually he makes several mistakes when he rushes. Sometimes that's held him back against the top guys in the world. He kind of tries to calculate a bit too much in positions where you can just sit and torture your opponents. Right now I'm expecting king takes queen, and White will sit back with the king on d3. Still going to be tough to break through. But yeah, of course, Black still has a big strategic advantage due to the protected pass pawn on d4 and the weakness of White's e-pawn.
We'll see how this one goes. We saw a result there on the bottom board, a draw between Mathieu Cornet and Kirill Shevchenko, which means only 2 games remain. Let's check in with Jordan van Vreest. For now, Super Chess still in the lead. And we thought this one was very double-edged, very unclear still between Oparin and van Vreest.
Yeah, we have just made the magical move 40 in this game. Let's just backtrack to one of the moments we left it at earlier. We left it actually on move 35. We thought maybe White had a little bit of pressure due to an attack on the b-pawn and due to the fact that Black's pawns in the center on dark squares might be targets. Jordan came up with a really ambitious, active way of defending here, much stronger than, for example, going passive with the Black rook. Now, White, for example, rook takes pawn would be met very strongly with a pin on the back rank. King to h2, getting out of any trouble there. And okay, very active play from Jordan going for this white pawn. Rook g1. If the rook had landed on f1, then Black could continue attacking this rook with gain of time. So instead, the f pawn drops. Pawns disappear, bishop takes h3, a bolt from the blue, king
I
takes...
think Jordan must have been very happy with the development. We thought the last time we saw this position that it was rather passive, but he found a way to bring the game onto a terrain where he excels with active play.
Exactly, and to do it with not that much time on his clock, very, very impressive. Bishop takes h3, allowing bishop back to e1, but he'd calculated very accurately that he could retreat his queen, keeping an eye on this rook. And if pawn takes bishop, I'm assuming he gives a check. my mouse froze there, I panicked. This is a check. The king cannot drop back due to checkmating ideas, so white would be forced to block. And we might transition now into a queen endgame. What's the pawn count? It's up a pawn for black right now, but I think this will most likely end in perpetual check. Either side can start checking the enemy king. This might be just a logical conclusion to this game, Fiona.
I think so too. I think we might see a draw in this game in the very near future. And in that case, everything will hinge on board one. MVL, can he beat Rapport to equalize this match for Anier?
Yeah, that's the big question. MVL now sitting at the board, having passed the time control, he'll enjoy his extra 30 minutes and he'll be looking for that winning plan. I mean, to me, it looks like it will rely on a breakthrough on the king side at some point. White's rooks will be tied down forever. Black's king can also start making a journey over to the queen side. Maybe this is kind of the sadistic way of doing things, but yeah, it's everything now, all the pressure on MVL's shoulders.
We'll have plenty of time to check back in here. For now, let's very quickly update the top match in the women's section, and then we will go on a quick break. And I think after that, we might also have a guest in the studio. So yeah, let's update this match, break, and guest.
Yeah, and she sang her song on board one, song making a draw against Ushanina here. We did predict that this would end peacefully. We saw a repetition of moves, very balanced throughout this whole game. Board two, there was a decisive result where it was actually Typhoon who lost this one. Yavakishvili, straight from the opening, had a big advantage, positional advantage. She turned it into a material edge as well. And in the final position, simply up a knight and a couple of pawns. So black resigned. Natalia Buksa, the star of yesterday, falling to defeat. So 2 games remaining, Fiona.
Yeah, 2 games remaining. Ukraine needs 1 point out of those 2 games to win the match. Let's start with Darolite Cornet with black on board 3.
Wow, and frankly, Fiona, I'm shocked that this game is even still going.
She was a piece up.
She was just a piece up for pretty much nothing, Darolite Cornet. I just want to show everyone again this clever trick, this cunning trick. I've very rarely seen such beautiful geometry. It was, okay, I need to find it first. It was quite a while ago now. It was when white got a bit greedy and captured a pawn on a5 with her bishop. This backfired severely after a trade of bishops and this crazy move, queen to a8, pinning this white bishop and creating the unstoppable threat of b6, a discovered check as well. And she won a piece, simply pinned a piece. Somehow the game continues. We left it around here, with thinking that black is just going to wrap this up very shortly. But if we fast forward to the current position, somehow 2 pawns now.
She lost control, yeah.
And it's move 41. Maybe it was just that time scramble that tripped her up. Suddenly white has serious chances to save this game. I'm not sure how to start. You cannot, unfortunately, try to pin right now because black's knight jumps out of the way with a double attack, a check, and next move rook takes d2 wins. So how does white keep the fight alive? I mean, it must feel like a win even getting here.
Yeah. Partly I'm tempted to just get my king maybe to a slightly safer spot, or do you feel we have to do something immediately?
Yeah, one big question with king to g2 would be whether black, I mean, firstly can start hunting some pawns with knight c4, but also you have to weigh up what happens here. A skewer forcing
That's not good.
Well, it's still not that clear. The rook can protect the pawns, but I don't think she'll want to allow this.
So let's go back.
I mean, one move that came to my mind was a double, well, I say double attack, hitting the rook, just forcing it to make a difficult decision. It has to defend its knight. Oof. I mean, moves like queen to a8, queen to c8 look really unappealing. Maybe queen to c8 just to threaten a check on the white king. I mean, either way, this, I think we can't predict this one anymore. Psychologically, black is not going to be happy.
Very tough for black, yeah. And let's go to the bottom board. Zhukova against Ur.
Wow, and we've seen a lot of queen endgames today. Here, white is 2 pawns up, but it's not about the number of pawns, it's about how advanced they are. And black's d pawn, Fiona, looks pretty strong.
Yeah, the problem for the Typhoon team is black. No, I mean white maybe would just be happy to make a draw. The Ukrainian player, Zhukova, in light of the match situation, or what do you think?
Yeah, she has to be 100% sure that Daulite Cornet, with the extra knight in that game, doesn't lose. It might be time for both of them to just try and bail out. Yeah, I mean, you can give all the checks in the world and you'll most likely just draw this game. You still have to be a bit careful. If the Black King escapes, we saw something similar yesterday in one of our games with Jules Moussard.
Maybe it's not so easy to force the draw.
Oh, we have to calculate. We never like that.
Maybe we'll do it after the break.
I think you can force a draw immediately, luckily, because if the Black King ever marches too far forward, whoops, there would be a checkmate. So I think she could and should force the draw right now, Natalia Zhukova.
We see her deep in front there on the right-hand side. So we'll come back to this one. We are going to go on a short break now, and I think when we come back, we will be joined by one of the biggest talents on the horizon at the moment from Turkey. It is Gürel. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be back soon.
everyone, and welcome back. As promised, we are joined by a very special guest here in the studio, and it's someone who's on a perfect score, 5 out of 5 so far. Edis Gorel. And Edis, how are you feeling after today's win?
Yeah, it wasn't very clean. I wasn't feeling like I was going to win. I think I was a bit lucky, but now I'm feeling great.
Okay, and you make your own luck, right? So would you like to take a look at some of the key moments of the game, maybe?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, and today you were playing Dorian Yaigi, and where do you feel, should we go from the start? Where do you feel?
Okay, it worked.
Yeah. What were the first
Yeah, first of
moments?
all, I wasn't expecting d4. He played that last one in 2005, so...
Wow, okay. Experienced player, but... and is this your normal repertoire, or did you try to surprise him back?
I tried surprising him. I thought he would prep.
Mm-hmm. And, okay...
So I knew some things here, but not a lot.
Mm-hmm. Stop me at the moment you feel you maybe were on your own for the first time. Looks like a standard isolated queen's pawn position.
Well, I was on my own after bishop g5. I wasn't sure about that move. Makes
Okay.
sense, but I was thinking knight e5.
Okay, knight e5 instead in this
Yeah.
position.
Yeah, bishop b7, I was thinking about knight takes f7, but maybe that was a bit too much. Rook f7, bishop e6.
Mm-hmm.
I'll go knight d5, I guess.
Yeah.
I think this is just fine for black.
2 pieces.
Yeah,
some
bishop is
solidity.
really strong on b7.
Yeah, looks like you've stabilized. Nice position here. So, okay, he went for something slightly less ambitious. And, okay, very logical moves from both sides.
Yeah, I'm just trying to trade pieces.
Looks like he was happy to trade pieces as well. And, okay, c5 looks very committal.
Yeah, he gave d5 square, but he got a pawn. I mean, I'm not sure. This doesn't look really great to me, but he thought it was great.
You thought it was great for white? Or-
Yeah.
Okay. Feels like you're very solid. This is very risky pushing a pawn forward
Yeah,
this far. And, okay, you decided to take.
yeah. I wasn't sure about taking, but I couldn't find anything better. He'll
Mhm.
go queen e3, and I don't know what to do next.
Okay, just to sit and defend everything. Okay, let's check out what happened next. Okay, sneaky threat. Always nice.
g3 felt a bit wrong, though. My bishop's on this diagonal. It's just pretty weird to push g3.
Yeah, it feels odd. Were you expecting f3 or?
Yeah, f3 or knight f3 maybe.
Knight f3, yeah. Knight f3 looks very safe, but okay, g3, you provoked a weakness. Knight back to d3, and okay, I sense something happening around the black king,
Yeah.
around the white king.
I had a nice plan here, but it backfired.
What was the plan?
I went bishop a8,
Okay.
he went c6. I was about to play a5, but then I missed rook c5. And that just sucks. I mean, it's really bad now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a bit awkward, because he will play rook c5 anyway, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's
And
what
he
happened.
still played. Yeah, I went here, but I wasn't happy. My piece can't move.
Mm-hmm. Were you relieved that he offered to exchange queens right now?
Yeah, I guess I was. I can't do anything. I mean, I can just wait with the queen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it feels like white can just sit as well. And
Yeah, I'm not sure how white can make a progress, but I definitely can't make.
yeah, it feels like maybe you can try and set up knight a6 eventually, but I don't know. You'll
Yeah,
probably
maybe,
have
but
ways to
it's
defend.
pretty hard to do.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's see what happened after the queens came off, because suddenly the pawn might be more of a weakness than a
Yeah,
strength.
but he made a huge mistake here by going king f1. He missed
Okay.
the bishop check.
Whoops.
I was
So
pretty lucky here.
he's relying on this. But
Yeah.
yeah, bishop g2 check, and which, okay, you made your own luck. You stayed strong, put pressure on the c6 pawn. Okay, you took, and
Also, he didn't take. I think he should have taken. This is a clean draw.
mhm.
He can just trade and he'll go rook a5. I
Mhm.
can't win here in no way.
Okay, are you?
I
okay,
can
guess
still
you'll
try, but
Mhm.
I think he should be able to hold.
Okay, I don't know. I would have been confident in you here. Just still some small chances. But okay, in the game he kept the pieces on the board. Okay, he allowed
Yeah,
you
I
to
think
play.
that was a bit wrong.
Mhm.
Simply knight can't jump here. I mean, taking a7 is also something hard to do.
Yeah, this is true, and some mating nets. Okay, he ran. Oh, I like g5. Big weakness now, h2, potentially.
Well, I'm not sure about the square here. Bishop g2 was a bit suspicious, but I didn't know where to go, actually. He'll go knight b5. I didn't really like it.
Okay, what would have happened here after knight b5?
I was thinking a6 here. And when he moves back, I'm just going to try to collect some pawns with rook b2 maybe.
Yeah. Looks very active. Maybe g2 is a nice square. You can always, if you need to.
Yeah, that's why I played.
Okay, so let's see the finishing touches to this game.
But king e2 was a bit wrong too, allowing the check.
You think you could have maybe...
Maybe king e1, king e3. I'm not sure, but...
Okay, you gave a check. Bishop f1, nice. I think it was an inspired square. Bishop g2.
Also, I don't think you needed to push f4, because I wasn't threatening anything. Rook a7, I go e5, he goes knight c6. I mean, with check, I can't take any pieces, so...
Yeah, it looks so close, but...
yeah.
What would
I
you
can
have
just
done
grab some pawns. Probably I would take h2.
Yeah, still feels like this one's a big threat later.
Yeah, now I'm threatening bishop c4.
Ooh, nice. Caught in a mating net, maybe. So, okay, instead f4, understandable. And, nice. Now you just pick up a second pawn.
His rook is also in a terrible square now.
Yeah, okay, a second pawn falls and...
No, it was a bit trying, but it was pretty over.
Yeah, it looks like he did the hard work and...
Okay, bishop e4 here, and he's losing a piece too.
Nice, nice. And yesterday we saw you won a really beautiful game against Magnus Carlsen.
Thanks.
Do you feel you're playing some of your best chess so far in this tournament?
Well, maybe. I'm not really happy with the way I played, especially this game, but I'm giving my best for my team.
Yeah, and the team are doing pretty well. Before I ask you some questions about yourself, it looks like, okay, when you came in, they were leading 3-1, I believe, and they've wrapped it up, 4-1 victory. Well, still one game going, but they've clinched the victory today.
Yeah.
How's the spirit with the rest of the Turkish Airlines team?
Well, I think it's good. I've never met them before, so I just seen them here, and we're talking sometimes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a friendly, I mean.
Are you asking them for some tips, some very experienced players on the team there?
Yeah, we didn't talk that lot. We just met on the first day, and it was it. I mean, I didn't talk with them.
Okay, and you're 14 right now?
Yes.
I believe. You've got 2 Grandmaster noms?
Yeah.
What are your next tournaments, your next plans in the near future?
After this tournament, I'll play Croatian League, and then after this, I'll play Grand Swiss.
Ah, you'll be there?
Yeah,
Okay.
I got a wild card.
Nice. I'll see you there. I'm commentating too. I'll be checking out your games. And what are your goals for those tournaments?
Well, first I'm trying to be a GM, and after I become a GM, I'll probably try to pass 26. Okay. And when I pass 26, I'll try to pass 27.
Nice. And then 28?
Okay, hopefully.
Yeah. I mean, the way you're playing now, I think everyone thinks of you already as a 25 plus player. Heading in the right direction. Can I ask you, do you work with coaches? Does the Turkish national, do they help you out, the federation?
Yeah, I mean, not with federation, but I have a special coach, Dragan Solak, who helps me a lot in these situations. We generally prepare with him about the openings.
Okay. I remember studying his games in the Spanish exchange, and very wealthy, booked up player. And yeah, just, I mean, this Club Cup in Albania now, I guess you'll play the last 2 games?
Yeah.
Yeah, and what are your team's hopes for the rest of the event?
Well, I think team is trying to get in top 3, and if we win last 2 games, we will, but it'll be really hard since we'll play good teams.
Yeah, and I must admit, I'm so impressed. I think we played online, right, a few times?
Yes.
I can't remember the score. I just remember...
I think you've beaten.
Yeah, but it was close, right?
Yeah.
I just remember thinking, like, it's too good to be this young. So, very impressed. But thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks.
And 5 out of 5, keep it up.
Hopefully.
Go for 7. Go for 7. Everyone, this has been Ediz Gurel. Remember the name. He's going to be a star of the future. Thank you for joining us.
Hello and welcome back. It was great to hear from it is Gurel. And for now, we're going to jump back into this top match in the women's section, where Ukraine have a 2-1 lead. This match, we thought it would be over this game. I mean, would be over a long time ago, as they mounted this nice tactical spot with Queen A8 to win a full piece. But now Laura is putting up great resistance here.
Yeah, fantastic fight from Laura Unuk. And right now, anything could still happen. We see the evaluation bar bang in the middle. I think that with a draw kind of clinching things for her team, Daulite Konet still should be a big favourite. And there we see Richard Rapport lurking in the background.
Yeah.
But yeah, right now it is just a wild position. I think we might have to dive a bit deeper into what's going on. Black's last move actually gives up the Black Knight, but if you take it, you will regret it. Take this knight at your peril, because Rook takes knight right now would allow a nasty checkmating attack. It would be swift and brutal. The king caught on either e3 or on the back rank. The ladder checkmate, I believe. And yeah, right now this poses a dilemma for white, what to do. The f7 pawn is defended, and this is a massive threat, rook d2. I'm wondering whether you have to start running with the king.
Yeah, and we saw actually Laura just a second ago shaking her head. To me, it almost looks like she doesn't see a way out at the moment. So let's take a closer look at king g2.
Yeah, just as I said king g2, I realized actually I might get caught on the edge of the board. Let's just show this. Rook to d2 check, the king moves. Let's say, oof, I'm scared to give another check, because if the king isn't caught, then white will be the one delivering checkmate. But I'm pretty sure there should be a way to trap it now. I say pretty sure, and suddenly I see waves of the white king coming in and trapping the black king, reminiscent of Short Timon from Tilburg 91. So, okay, right now, let's go back to that line with the king on g4. Fiona, I need help.
Where was the kill?
Where is the kill? Yeah, pawn to h5 loses, allows the white king actually forward. Surely she's calculating this right now, Laura Unuk, and it might be a critical variation.
Yeah, and I mean, we have to act with urgency, because white is also threatening to give a check on e8. There's no time to lose. Yeah, e8, f7 is under attack, so it has to be a check, but
Has to be a check.
there's only so many checks.
There's only a few. This is a check, for example. And I think in light of the match situation, going back wouldn't be sufficient, because at the very minimum, black can repeat and go for a draw, which clinches it for her team. Let's say white blocks with a rook, though. Where is the finishing touch? Is it this check? Maybe this is...
It looks like it.
Because now if king h4, rook takes h2 is immediately checkmate, and if king to f4, oof. I still don't see it, but I'm assuming it's there. Again, probably
What
you can just give some
happens
checks.
after g5?
Yeah, g5, the white king has to come back. And now maybe just a quiet move. I say a quiet move. I mean, something, for example, like rook to d6. If you want to be safe, maybe there's something even stronger, just to kick away the white queen trying to come in. But where is the checkmate?
Where is it?
Oh, chess is so frustrating. You've done everything right. You've chased your opponent's king into the danger zone, into the firing line, and you just need to put the finishing touches on. Maybe we take this way, and next move, this is unstoppable. Queen
Very
to c1.
nice. And we just saw king g2 be played by Laura Unuk.
Yeah, I was also wondering whether she plays king g2, which I think is the most natural way to run, and I think this game will end shortly. But I was also wondering, in the previous position, about g4. Maybe this was the way to run slightly safer. You've actually created some shelter for your own king.
That makes a lot of sense.
Because now, as opposed to the other variation where there was a check on f1, now the king on g3, there's no further checks. And suddenly rook e8 mating, as you mentioned.
Okay, well, I think now it should be under control. I don't think Diamante is in danger of losing any longer. I think she should at least find a way to safely make a draw. I think she will look for the win. Either way, her team, SP Gaz Ukraine, huge favorites to win the match here. And David, let's go back now as we see... Oh, actually, let's go back to report. We'll come back to the women's section in a moment. But as you can see on your cameras there, MVL, now the only player remaining at the board, his team Anier are down 2-3, but with a win, he will save the match draw.
Yeah, and I think we made some predictions, we made some bold statements about Vishy Anand's decision to trade queens just before that break, just after or around the time control. And Fiona, I concede defeat. You were right, taking the queens off the board has paid instant dividends. I think black has a clear advantage, of course, but a clear route to victory. King is coming in, the black rook can tie down the white rook. This is kind of the definition of passive versus active right now, and black's pieces should be able to win this game. The one thing you don't want to allow is too much counterplay. For example, if white's rook comes in and behind, but I think white is always just way too slow in any of these races. Black will take this pawn, and the kind of mirror my colours there, the f-pawn should win this game for black.
Do you think the fact that MVL is pausing here, it's a little bit because he's spoiled for choice? So many good moves?
Yeah, too many options here. I think the most natural would be either rook to g8. Maybe you could flick in rook to a8 first, and only if the white king kind of blocks you off, then you go back to g8. But yeah, I think it's that or king in to f5 and g4. And because of his background in mathematics, as has been well kind of documented, he's so good at calculation, and I think it's that type of position you can calculate your way to victory now. White will have to be desperate and go for some counterplay at some point, but move by move, if it works for black, Vishy Anand will spot that.
So we have faith that MVL will get this much needed full point to save the match. What is happening in Offerspiel against Novi Bor?
Yeah, still 2 games ongoing in this one. The board 2 match. Whoa, okay, there's a pawn on a7. I never thought it would get that far. It is kept under lock and key. Black's bishop and black's rook control the promotion square. There we see Magnus Carlsen extremely interested in the board 4 clash. We'll come to that in a moment. But here, Fiona still feels like it should be a draw. Black does have counterplay as well. It's now level material. The f-pawn might provide some distraction. Yeah, I think just as long as you have this bishop on the long diagonal, it should be fine. But it looks slightly scary for black at first glance.
It's always scary when there's a pawn just 1 square away from promotion, but we see Raunak away from the board at the moment. I think he's done a tremendous job of holding this one. And just a move coming in here with Niels dropping the king with a draw offer back to b2, which means that only 1 game remain here, and Offerspiel cannot
lose
the match any longer.
Yeah, but we could see 3-3. Actually, the prediction at the moment is 3-3 in both of the top boards. Just to highlight why this was a draw, for example, black's rook could come back, white's king could, for example, continue chasing it forever. And I think the players have had enough fun. Also switching pressure to their teammates, where Fiona, it's maybe less clear-cut than it previously was in this game.
Yeah, we need to take a dive back. I think we left this one off on move 40, where we thought the situation was pretty much hopeless for Pranav after white, after Nguyen captured on a6. So what has been happening here? And suddenly Nguyen the one with only under 8 minutes for the remainder of the game.
Wow, I think nerves are kicking in. He feels the pressure, the expectation of his team here, with all the white pieces needing to win, and suddenly he's lost control. This was the position we left it at. I kind of praised this move at least, trying to hint at some counterplay. White played bishop b7. I'm not sure you needed to do this. There's a clear plan to run the pawn down the board, but suddenly black's queen gets active, and okay, some threats start to appear on the board. I was really expecting white's bishop to actually just sit on f1, where it would defend everything and kind of, yeah, everything would be under control, no attack ever. But suddenly, what has happened here? Rook to f3.
What a shot by Pranav.
Wow.
The computer says no problem, white is still completely winning, but as a human playing with the white pieces here in such an important game for the match, this must have come as a shock, a bit of a shock.
And we see someone with head in hands kind of in the background there. Just really surprised, I think, as surprised as we are by the twists and turns in this game. Pawn takes rook was actually possible according to the engine. I don't see what black had in mind here. I've got to say, it feels like a bluff from Pranav. His position was hopeless anyway. If he doesn't play rook to f3, then simply this pawn will fall, and then no more counterplay at all. So I think he just kind of found at the last minute this bluff.
And what happens if black takes with the pawn?
Okay, takes with the pawn. Good question. So big threat of checkmate in a few moves. Okay, I said I didn't see it, but
Looks
you're right.
scary at least.
Still looks very scary. This is bizarre. I wonder whether it's to do with moving the bishop.
Maybe you just... No, I was wondering if you can give up all the material, but surely not. Black will still remain with a queen and a bishop.
Yeah, it's slightly mysterious because, I mean, unless you give up your bishop for this pawn, which the computer really doesn't like, you're still facing an attack. Unless you do that, then, whoops, queen here looks like a checkmate. Maybe it's something really cold-blooded where you move the rook somehow and start kind of running away with your king. But I don't see it yet. There's also the threat of queen takes pawn and a checkmate incoming.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's ask the engine.
Okay, there's more than one winning move, unsurprisingly. But it's all to do with, at the right moment, taking this pawn. You delay it as long as possible, I believe. Okay, let's keep the engine switched on. The top move is one I was going to suggest because you stopped the check. But I was a bit confused how to react after queen takes pawn, and now there's only one winning move. You give a check, force the king into the corner. Okay, I retire from chess, Fiona. Only one winning move.
Oh my goodness.
Obviously, queen takes f3, giving away the queen because you've tricked black here with the back rank.
That is beautiful.
The back spank, as a friend says. And yeah, this is just this is incredible. Queen takes f3.
Wow.
We can forgive him for not spotting this.
Yeah.
The bluff pays off from Pranav. The bishop can block the check here, of course, but yeah, I think white can either take this rook or even just push, promote, and the back rank checkmate continues. Okay, wow. So let's catch up with the current position. Rook to f3, allowed queen takes e4. Also strong, also winning, but feels like white starts to go a bit wrong here. King to h8, queen b4, protecting, saving the a pawn, but losing control over some key squares.
Yeah, one of them is, well, it wasn't under control, but the rook is now allowed to come into a1 to deliver a check. And maybe another shot that might have been missed by white here. Bishop takes h3.
Wow, bishop takes h3. This, I think, simply has to be captured. This bishop, because black is threatening checkmate now within a few moves. For example, bishop takes g2 would just end things now. There would be a nasty checkmate, I'm assuming in many different ways, but this is just one of them. So the bishop has to be taken off the board. It cannot be allowed to live. What is the idea? I'm still to see it though, Fiona.
Yeah, I'm shocked. I was just looking at the camera. Van looks
Extremely nervous.
Extremely nervous. So what is Pranav's idea here?
I'm at a loss. The bishop still controls a lot of key
Maybe
squares.
queen g5?
Queen g5.
Ah, but the rook is defended.
Yeah, the rook's defended, but you are threatening this one. So how does white guard against this? I guess you have to retreat the bishop? Nope. Retreating the bishop would walk into something, apparently.
The question is into what?
Walks into something, and our good friend, Mr. Stockfish himself,
Ridiculous.
says e4, and actually the king is trapped. The king is mated here, and remember, queen takes e4 loses control over this rook. Suddenly it's level material, and if anyone's enjoying life here, it is black. And actually he does this idea just in a slightly different move order. I think maybe if queen to g5, as we pointed out there, then yeah, I was going to say this move, but I was a bit scared of walking into a checkmate. Pawn to h4, there's crazy tactics all over the place. The white king living a charmed life, surviving on h3. I mean, this is just wild, you know, like this is a maze, this is just a mess. Pawn to e4 instead.
Pawn to e4.
Is he?
Is this, wait, I've lost track of.
This is the game position.
This is the game position.
e4 from Buddy Pranav, as they call him. Looks like, I think he might get counterplay. I think actually with the clock situation, with the momentum turning, he might be a favourite to save this game and win the match for Offerspiel. Look at him, he looks relieved on the camera there on the left.
Yeah, we also see one of the spectators very interested in this game, our good friend Stuart Conquest in the background. Meanwhile, Nguyen incredibly nervous. Is that a Liverpool?
I was literally going to mention that, Fiona, your beloved Liverpool team.
They are playing tonight. I am ready as well.
Oh wow, matching shirts. Oh, I don't approve though. Hate the Scousers. I'm a Manchester United fan, big rivalry there, but yeah, he's representing that.
Absolutely,
spectator.
he's ready. They are playing tonight in an hour and a half, so yeah, e4.
This has two ideas. Firstly, the check. For example, if white is careless and ignores this, this would be decisive. A check, another check, and the checkmate that you mentioned earlier, this queen to g1. So white really has to react. And how do you stop this idea? If you play queen takes pawn right now, covering the e5 square, then I guess the idea is queen to g5. So it's basically your tactic, just in a different move order. And now you cannot defend against both of these as white.
Can you play queen d4?
Queen to d4, yeah, that looks like a good choice.
But not good enough.
Not good enough. So you're attacking the rook.
Maybe queen. Is there something with rook h1?
Rook
No,
H1.
surely not.
Wow, rook h1 would be crazy if it works. Fiona, wow, nice spot. That's incredible. This is a check and a perpetual check. I realized here that I don't think the white king can run too much further. If you step to e1, then I'll continue checking you from this angle.
Unbelievable.
And yeah, I mean this, oh sorry, mouse slip. Not queen h3 here, of course, on this last move, but queen f3, and there's no way the king can hide. This is beautiful, and I mean, if he spots this, I mean, he will have spotted that this is actually a threat to force a draw. Then he'll know that Offerspiel are on the brink. Imagine Magnus Carlsen's face right now, knowing that his team...
Yeah, maybe we can zoom out. He must be not too far away. I think we might see a recreation of that picture from a few years ago. I think if Pranav holds, there'll be a big hug incoming from Magnus Carlsen.
What a cast there. We saw Korobov briefly, we saw Sadwani, Magnus Carlsen. Actually, on the right-hand side of your picture, you see Ulf Andersson, a legend of chess, in a blue t-shirt, just hiding there behind, I'm not sure what you call it, that metal...
metal thingy.
Metal thingy. And you see Niels Grandelius too.
Yeah.
Wow, everyone focused
I
on
think
this.
Niels Grandelius must be incredibly stressed right now. I think that Pranav is gonna swindle when David Smurden publishes part 2 of, what's it called?
The complete chess swindler.
Exactly. This will be a great example. There we see Ulf, who's still trying to dodge the camera, but very recognizable in the electric blue shirt.
Opposite of his strategic play, this is just chaos on the board.
David, 2 minutes 20 for Nguyen.
Wow, and I did check there. I was a bit naughty. Queen to d4, as you mentioned, Fiona walks into this check and a draw. There's only one way to keep this game alive, to keep the game going. He has to find the move queen to c3 because it covers this f3 square and the h3 square, meaning that your rook sacrifice no longer works. The queen covers everything. The only way to keep Novi Bor's chances alive in this match, queen to c3, but that's so anti-intuitive somehow. You want to centralize the queen. He plays queen to b2, and is this idea playable now? Is this...
Here it is. If we see rook h1, what a way that would be. I think it's on the board. Wow, we have to zoom in here. This is unbelievable. And I think it's just a forced draw now.
Forced draw. He's a whole rook, bishop, and...
this is perfect with Magnus in the shot. Everything is set up. And Magnus, I'm sure he had written off this game, you know, a while ago, as had we.
Yeah.
But what incredible finds by Pranav. Not completely sound, but I think the best he could do in that situation.
Taking in the human element, all those gambles, those bluffs, and oh my God, head in hands there for Pranav's opponent. This is really unfortunate. Yeah, just incredible defense. Using the tactics at the end there, and he realizes now rook and bishop up, but no way to avoid the draw.
And I think Pranav is almost struggling to control his emotions. He is going to be a hero tonight. Offerspiel. It looks like most likely they will be the sole leader tonight after 5 rounds at the European Club Cup. What a miracle save this was.
Yeah, they're doing everything right. Their talisman, their leader, Magnus Carlsen, getting the wins. The rest, very solid. I'll say Pranav was solid in this one, never in doubt. But they're doing the business. They're getting the results, grinding out, kind of riding their luck. You need that in team chess. And I think we might see a hug, Fiona. I think we might see, at the very minimum, a high five.
Magnus is there. He won't have to wait long because Nguyen only has under 2 minutes. He is clearly in shock. I think he didn't see rook h1 coming.
Yeah, that was a hard move to spot. He needed to put the queen on another square just to prevent this idea. But yeah, we're going to see it any moment, this result. And so important for the team standings. 2 rounds remaining. Being in the lead now for Offerspiel means that they can adapt their match strategy in the future rounds.
Yeah, we'll stick around here until it ends. And there is the handshake. And look at Magnus approaching.
And no hug, but okay, wow, the arbiter gave him a pat on the back there. Talk about impartiality, staying neutral. Wow, he must be on top of the world right now, Pranav.
Maybe Magnus also doesn't want to go too crazy while Nguyen is still there. He will understand. But he is delighted, clearly, as is Sadvani. What, as you mentioned, great team strategy. Draws on all boards, Magnus wins, and Offerspiel, they are not yet the sole leader because I think MVL against Rapport is still going, but we'll jump back there now. And we see the big smile on Pranav's face. What an unbelievable save.
Unbelievable save. He did it the hard way, but he found the moves when they mattered. And yeah, all eyes turn to that final clash between top seeds Super Chess and Anier. And wow, 2 giants of the game still left playing. It's a rook endgame.
For how much longer?
That's the key question, Fiona. A very different type of position to the one we just saw, where it's all about tactics, sacrifices, and checks. This is a rook ending, and still level material, still level pawns right now.
But the bar has almost disappeared completely into the black camp. So, okay, there is these pawns looking at each other. I don't think you. Or do you want to take on b4 and give up your pride and joy, your d passer, but create a new passer instead?
I think that might be the critical move, so we can investigate in a moment. Vishy stretching, flexing. He's got 9.5 minutes, which should be enough. There we see Anton Korobov has just finished. A quick check-in there. It looks like Korobov has won his game, so that does confirm the victory for Vienheim. They joined the pack in 2nd place, most likely. At the very worst, in 3rd place.
Yeah, and we see this is the last remaining game on the top 3 matches.
Yeah, let's dive in. Pawn takes pawn on b4. I think, Fiona, this might be one of the critical lines. And now, after rook takes d4, attacking the f-pawn, the only question is whether you defend this pawn, whether you bring your king forward, or whether you keep pushing. I think maybe black can just... Oh, already errors. Very natural.
I thought it was a very natural move.
Yeah, why could this be a mistake? Maybe, nope. I was going to say white gives a check.
I thought so too. And
blunders all over the place. I mean, black's king can go either way right now. Let's try to figure out why this position is winning for black. Is it the more prosaic pawn to b3? I was hesitant to suggest this because after rook takes pawn, white is in time to stop black from pushing further. But maybe white is just too passive. White is actually paralyzed. You can never move the king forward because the b-pawn will cross the barrier and white's rook can never leave the 2nd rank. So maybe it's time to just firstly start picking things off. The black king might also, as well just journey in. Yeah,
I think MVL just calculating those lines. This one actually looks very clean, no?
It looks clean. I think it's just the initial, I think it's this position where it might be very tempting to keep this pawn alive. And apparently this is a mistake. For example, here, what could white do? I think just getting the rook behind the passed pawn is the key. Maybe you also have time to capture on h5, getting rid of a very important pawn, and you've created counterplay with your h-pawn. So it's very tempting to get active with the black king right now, but you cannot allow... Okay, he's played something. You cannot allow white to get active, and he's taken c4.
Played something, and look at the bar, David.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, with 8 minutes left, might have blown the win. We thought he could play pawn takes b4, the most obvious move, but the follow-up was not that natural. The follow-up was hard to evaluate. He's gone for a very human approach, but now the key question, if black takes this pawn, it feels like it's a winning endgame. The key question is, can you play rook to c2? I don't think you can. Rook to c2, actually, you just trade off, and black is in time to pick off the c5 pawn. Why is this a draw?
Why is it a draw?
Wow.
I think that MVL still is a, I mean, okay, I'd be curious. I think we'll try and figure it out on our own if we're struggling. I doubt that white has too many ways to save this game.
Yeah, rook to e2 check. I was about to mention the only other logical move. He played now by Rapport. He gives the check. Black's king sidesteps. And now maybe it's just the fact that the white rook goes active. I'm not sure whether you start by moving your king up the board or not. But let's say I go active. I'm going behind, trying to take some pawns. It still looks very scary, I must admit. Maybe I just wait now, or do I? Okay, let's say I go behind, attacking you. If you
I'll go in, I guess.
Go in, I'll block your further advance. I am harassing you with some checks.
If I play rook a5,
I'll give you a check.
I'll go to f5.
Now I go back. Oh, no. Of course not. I was going to blunder eventually. Looks like rook g5 is defending this pawn as well.
It was the move I was expecting you to play, which maybe was a bad sign for you when you did play it.
Yeah, a bad sign. And maybe rook a3 coming into g3 is a winning maneuver. You're right, Fiona. This looks still incredibly hard to defend. So easy to go wrong. In this position, maybe, just maybe, I go forward with my king and I take your pawn and I allow you to come in. And unfortunately, your king is a bit offside. So white will hold the draw here, 2 versus 1, no passed pawns. Wow, this is another huge game for the standings, for the tournament and its destiny.
I mean, Super Chess already dodged 1 bullet in their match against Vugar Gashimov, which was incredibly close to being a draw. Here, we thought just a moment ago, Offerspiel were going to be the sole leaders tonight, but suddenly things are not so clear. Do you think this is the last twist in this game? Do you think it'll be a draw, or do you think?
I think there are twists ahead. And I think the only question is, where's Ivan Sokolov? We might have to go scouting for him, searching for him, because his heart rate will be through the roof after this last couple of moves. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, I might go back to my initial...
Too late, sorry.
Trading queens. It did narrow the margin for error. Yeah. Rook endgames have this drawish tendency. One slip and suddenly the evaluation changes completely. I think with queens on the board, he was going to win, guaranteed to win pretty much. And yeah, just a miscalculation, which is very unlike him, Vachier-Lagrave. There we see our guest earlier, Grandmaster Jankovic, just passing the camera.
But where is Grandmaster Sokolov? We are yet to find him.
Usually captains stand behind their players. Usually that's the rule. Giving them moral support. We're on the lookout. Whoever spots him first wins, Fiona. I don't see him.
Oh, there he is.
There he is. And he does not look like a happy camper right now.
The thing is, of course, Ivan is an incredibly strong grandmaster, but he does also not have access to the engine bar. I think if, and he's off. I think if MVL didn't know what's the evaluation, the problem is Ivan might not know his twists and turns that are unfolding here.
Yeah, but he will know that this is the best position Rapport's had pretty much all game, or at least since the opening. He'll know there's still a glimmer of hope, even if he isn't sure that white will save this. He'll see that the white rook can get active. He'll know that actually black's pawns right now will be blocked by white's king. And yeah, he looks
tense.
He looks tense, to say the least. He's calculating as well, Ivan Sokolov, like you said, strong player in his own right. Former world top 10, I believe. I think he got to number 10 in the world.
I think actually, funnily enough, on a side note, I think it was top 12 or 13, and it actually says so. And the reason I know it is because it says so on his Twitter, aka X profile. Former world top 12.
Okay, 12, 10. We'll let him off. He's not too bad.
Defeated 6 world champs, as of his own bio.
Yeah, and he eats, breathes, and sleeps chess, right? He's
Exactly.
so passionate about the game.
Yes.
And winning this one, or at least if Vachier-Lagrave fails to take this to victory now, yeah, Super Chess winning this match will mean the world to him. And that would guarantee a clash against Offerspiel tomorrow. As predicted, Rapport goes active with his rook, the most natural move in the position. And now the key question, does he step forward with the white king? Does he start chasing this black h-pawn first of all? He does play king to d2. I think it didn't matter so much the move order. I think we'll see that variation you mentioned earlier, Fiona.
And the fact that Richard is getting up. I think Richard is suddenly very confident again.
Yeah, actually, I think he might have done the hard part.
Yeah.
Luckily for White, there weren't too many options. Vishy does not look happy with himself. Yeah, for Rapport's, I mean, what could be more natural? Move the king, improve the king, activate the white rook. And the only question is what to do after rook to a5. But here we will see a series of checks. And I think we'll see the black king driven to worse squares. And as soon as the black king moves, then the white king comes up to round up the d pawn. Actually, it's quite straightforward now, the more we think about it. The only trap to avoid was my, my horrible blunder, rook to g8, allowing black the time to cut off the white king and come over to g3. Only one trap in the position. I think Rapport's actually going to save it.
MVL must be absolutely horrified inside. He's not showing too much right now, but he must sense that he's let this one slip, and he knows, of course, how winning his position was.
Yeah, it was never easy, it was never straightforward, but it was always winning, and I think both players were aware of that, of course. But yeah, killing these top players, putting that finishing touch on, it's so difficult. And Rapport, he's a slippery customer. He's a very good defender, actually, and you can see on the body language, he knows now all the checks, and White's king is actually coming forward to d3.
I think MVL, he's, well, he still has 7.5 minutes as he is going to play the move we were talking about, rook a5 on the board, but yeah, I think body language always tells a big story, and here...
Oh, he looks away. I think he's trying to hide. I think he's trying to keep a poker face right now. Vishy and Rapport still has enough time, 8 minutes for White. You don't have many options at all. Just give a bunch of checks to the black king. When in doubt, actually, rook endgames, giving checks often a good idea, especially if your opponent's king is already active and centralized.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea for MVL to look confident. I'm not sure how confident it looks, but he needs to at least put that pressure on. I've still got this, so at the very least, you're going to have to be accurate. And but inside, what do you think is going through his mind right now?
I think he's worried about facing his team afterwards. They would have been relying on him to strike. A lot of the games when they finished, they would have seen his board. They would have looked over and saw he was totally dominant. And yeah, it's always tough, that dynamic. Individual events, you think, okay, I blew it. C'est la vie. We move on tomorrow. We play again. But yeah.
It's already tough in individual events, and team events are just that much tougher. And yeah, as far as I know, they've never gotten medals in the European Club Cup. This year, I think, is the strongest team they have ever fielded. And they were so close. It's not over yet.
It's not over yet, but in the current position, there is only one move to save the draw. It's the move we mentioned. It's the most natural move in the position. The only way to play is giving a check. You have to dislodge the black king. For example, in this position, yeah, going pawn hunting, I think, will backfire because black can give a check. The white king will step forward, and after another check, I think it's key here that, for example, okay, I'm guessing here, not rook g3, not rook g3.
Maybe it's not that easy still for Richard to hold.
Yeah, maybe we start with king to e4 first, and only now if rook takes pawn, then we give a check. The idea actually is that here, after a check, black's king now goes the other way, and rook to g3 is be on the cards.
Yeah, I think I've written this one off too early as being a simple draw. I think the fact that rook d8 is the only move to save the game is already a big indicator of how tricky the defense still is here.
Yeah,
but you feel it's natural?
I think it's most natural just because you rule out rook h8 automatically. Somehow you see that a few checks are given. I think at the very maximum, black will play king e4, which isn't a good move, but you could get this position by force this position without allowing all of black's options. It's the most forcing move. The one downside is potentially that you allow black's rook to block some checks, and this is something you mightn't be concerned about. But
and there it is, rook d8 check has been played. MVL immediately goes forward to e4.
We see another check. Again, the only move. You have to make sure that black's king is driven away because you want the d3 square for white's king. So black has to block to take that square away, and he has just blocked with a rook on e5. And yeah, he's unfortunately unable to improve his position here, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. After white, for example, plays rook to h8, black's piece is actually tied down, unable to reactivate again. The black rook has to guard checks, therefore it has no time to come and deliver any checks to white's king.
We saw Richard hovering there, but I think rook h8 has now been played. Yeah, I mean, can you try and bring the king around?
Yeah, the problem is as soon as the king steps back, it's going to walk into all the checks. I don't think going this way is ever going to really help.
No.
You can block with your rook, but now I will go pawn hunting on the other side. One idea I did have was maybe just waiting with the black rook, hoping for rook takes pawn, for example, and then we go round with some checks from the side, because now that white's kind of taken away his checking distance.
I like this idea. The bishop did not move at all there.
Of course, the computer
Completely
says no.
approved of all the moves he made.
Yeah, I think maybe, okay, I'm just guessing here, kind of superficial calculation, but I think rook g5 might be the only move defending this pawn. And unfortunately for black, as soon as your king steps forward, there'll always be checks to dislodge you. And it's well known, once the rook is behind, able to check a king, once you force your opponent's king in front, this should just be now a draw. So let's go to the current position. I think that's just the best bet, the best gamble. You wait, and at least you can try to improve your position. You could try to maybe sneak around with the king later, or push a pawn to d3.
The problem is once you sneak around with the king also, the white king can just move forward.
That's true. Even if white waits, okay, white actually takes away some checking distance, so maybe
How
not
is
many
this
waiting moves.
losing?
How is this losing? Good question. Oh, I
Maybe
think,
because of the tempo on the rook?
yeah, I think you're
when
right.
the check comes?
No checking distance, so now the king goes back, and rook takes pawn will come, or white will have to go super passive. As soon as you go passive, you lose, of course. Okay, I think Vachier-Lagrave, he has 7 minutes head in hands.
The problem is material is so reduced now as well, and not so many tries. I think the one you highlighted with the rook back 3-7 is probably the best try, just because, I mean, f3, of course, I imagine cannot be a reasonable attempt.
No, we can just show this, for example, king d3. Unfortunately, you're just several moves too slow. If you could play king takes pawn and suddenly kind of get your rook out the way and move your king again, if you had 3 extra moves, you'd be winning here maybe, but there are several ways to draw this endgame. I think the easiest is just to move the king as near as possible. And actually, your white king is just way too fast into the corner.
Yeah, heartbreak for MVL and his team. And yeah, maybe we quickly check back in the women's section. How is Diamante de Elite Cornet getting on? Is that match over?
Okay, let's check. It's still ongoing, this game, but white has taken some huge risks in order to try and win. She's taking one for the team here, and unfortunately it's backfiring. Black has everything covered. The B pawn is stopped in its tracks. And look at this white king. It looks like it's about to get checkmated. There's actually a mate in 2 threat on the board right now.
Yeah. I think we can maybe watch the final moments of this one, 2.5 minutes for Laura Onuk, as it looks like Diamante is about to give her team not only the match victory, but also the tournament lead.
Yeah, the tournament lead. For example, if white makes a move like rook c8, this is the mating net that the white king finds itself in. f5 will be the finishing touch. I don't see any way to keep the game going. Maybe queen to f6.
To block the f-pawn at least.
To block the f-pawn. I'm hoping to create a square for the white king, but I mean, at the very minimum, black can give a check, forcing the white queen back. If king to g2, this will be fatal. So at the very minimum, you force the queen back, and maybe there's actually a mate here. But remember, a draw favors black, helps the Ukrainian team win.
Yeah, there must be something.
There probably is. I don't see it, but there must be, right? Maybe in this position after queen to f6. I wonder whether a check does the job. Maybe a check. And these positions are so hard to calculate.
But this looks very tempting.
Yeah.
Rook h5 is a very nice idea.
And g4 opens up a different angle of attack. Another checkmate. Yeah, I think this one, she's going to clinch it. She's actually, is this on the board? No, not yet. Let's go back to the current position. Now under 1 minute or around the 1 minute mark for white. She's got to move.
Yeah. It's a very sad situation for Laura Ono, who blundered a piece so early in the game, then fought back so valiantly. And I think there's a very good chance she would have made a draw if it wasn't for the match situation, which prompted her to take too much risk and now find herself in a losing situation again.
It's been a really unique game. Oh, no, unique.
Not bad.
Oh, I tried.
Not considering it.
Hard.
Most day to clock it.
Thank you, Fiona.
Did we see it? No.
We see a move, indeed, Queen F6, and instantly met 2. She's been calculating here the diamond of her team. And 5, Queen to F1. Killer threats.
Killer threats. Is there even a way to parry both threats?
I think this is the big one.
Yeah.
Queen F1. I think she's tried her best, but this is as far as it goes.
Under 2 minutes again. Wasn't she under a minute?
Yeah.
How did that happen? Magic.
Magic. Suddenly, maybe it's a 2 minute increment we're playing with right here. But there's no way to save this lone white king, no defenders.
Yeah, do you think we'll see a resignation here, or
she'll play on. You have to keep hoping. Maybe there's a chance the opponent will forget about the clock. There's always a 0.1% chance.
And we see the captain. I think he's the captain of the open team, maybe both teams. For a second, we saw Bosnian Grandmaster Borki Predrojevic in the background. Captain for one of the Typhoon teams.
Yeah, experienced Grandmaster. Actually, Magnus Carlsen once said one of his favorite players was Borki Predrojevic.
I remember it well. That's a big shout, a big vote of confidence from the world number 1.
Yeah, we'll stay here just to see if she can survive the next move. Diamante as well, also low on the clock.
Maybe while we wait for the final moments, can you just tell us a bit about the results on the other top matches?
Yeah, so we do see on board 1 where local team Toyota are fixed. The current score, actually still with 2 games to go, is 1.5 to half in Solingen's favour. So Toyota in big trouble there. They might slip to a 3rd successive defeat. This is the board 2 clash that we're watching right now as Laura Unik offers to trade queens. Board 3, it's Super Chess against
the Serbian team,
yes.
sponsored by Data Driven Lab. The names are a bit hard to pronounce for us.
And Super Chess have 1.5 to 1.5, and okay, which has seen a couple of moves. I do believe that checkmate is incoming in the next few.
So what did we miss? Queen F1 check, King G.
At the very minimum, black can play F5 check, winning the white queen. White's queen would have to give its life up to delay any checkmates. F5, if the white king ever moves, rook takes H2 would be the end.
Yeah, is she looking for more?
I mean, more than taking an opponent's queen. That's just greedy, Fiona.
There's only mate, but I don't see the mate.
Maybe she'll be really professional here and queen D1, king H3, queen F back to F1 check.
I think the hand is hovering over the F-pawn with Diamante about to deliver the fatal blow with F5.
Yeah, the pawn moves. Handshake, Fiona, do you think?
I think so, yes.
Sorry, F5 on the board now. Unik under especially the trick that she fell victim to here, but she's really fought like.
Actually, their name is in the Serbian language, but it's a Red Star Belgrade.
Oh wow! Just like the famous sports teams.
Yep.
Nice. And okay, unfortunately for Red Star Belgrade, in that one they did fall to Romanian team Super Chess in the women's section. And this one is going to be over any second. I think we'll stay just for the handshake. And then it'll be back to the open section. And
we'll have a new leader in the women's group with Gaz Ukraine leapfrogging Typhoon. how much, well, down to the clock, down to the last moments here for Laura, who unfortunately is, I think, gonna have to resign the game. And there it is, a handshake, a massive victory for Gaz Ukraine. And let's go back now to MVL and Richard Report.
Okay, and things are getting dramatic on the clock, at least in this one. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, as far as I can see, down to under 2 minutes. He was giving a death stare to Richard Rapport there. That will not improve their rapport, their individual rapport. But okay, you got to try these psychological tricks in order to win games.
I'm out of here. Report to move. Does Black have a threat right now, or not really?
Good question. This might be the key question. If White waits, for example, let's just make a few moves. I'll wait, Fiona.
Looks like the answer is no.
It's no. It could try something similar to what we mentioned earlier with Black's rook waiting, and now rook takes pawn. I mean, it looks so scary for White still.
Yeah.
Just coming behind, but White just defends, and look at this. Still a draw, incredible. Black has everything here that you could want. You have passed pawns running down the board, you have active king, active rook, pretty much everything you ask for in any rook endgame. But the problem is one check drives you away and you will not pass. No way to get this d pawn through to glory.
Yeah, Richard is still thinking. I'm gonna sneeze.
Go for it. Bless you in advance, Fiona.
But the pressure is now too much. The sneeze has
Look
dropped
at the bright
down
light.
again.
Look at the bright light. That's there.
Really?
I don't know. Maybe that's yawning.
Just stare into the sun.
Yeah, just don't look into the light. D3 right now. Okay, how many drawing moves are there for White? This is the big question. I was wondering whether you can wait in different ways. You can go across maybe to try and check from the side. This looks like it works too. So spoiled for choice here, Richard Rapport.
Richard Report, he's done such an incredible job defending so far. And he's getting very close here to giving Super Chess the draw that they need in order to remain on a perfect score alongside Team Offerspiel.
Yeah, and that will pretty much guarantee us a juicy pairing tomorrow. If this game is a win for Vachier-Lagrave, growing pack just behind Offerspiel, trying to chase them with two rounds remaining.
I think you mentioned it earlier, Richard Report, he's done the hardest part. Yes, the position was lost, but he defended, I think, really resiliently. We didn't see all the ins and outs of the end game. I tried MVL one more time when
Round to crappy pawns glory. But yeah, this game still ongoing.
Report taking his sweet time here.
Yeah, fair enough. 2.5 minutes. You gotta enjoy that when you're playing games, rook games, they're the most fun you can have in a chess tournament.
What is actually your favorite game? Did you have fun?
King versus king. How about you, Fiona?
I hate all-in games.
That's yeah, that's a different way of looking at it. Lots of people share that philosophy. You're not alone.
They're just so tough. And yeah, I mean, shown here, MVL, one of the strongest players in the field. He played such a brilliant game to get a winning position against Report out of the middle game, then taking it into a winning endgame, but failing at the last turn.
Yeah, and this last move was extremely accurate from Richard Rapport. As we mentioned, he could just wait with his rook, and the problem for black is nothing to do. You have kind of no ways to improve your position. He does, I believe, drop back with a black rook, and rook takes h5 on the board. He's going for this exact plan we mentioned, Fiona, but forcing Rapport to find best defensive moves. And white has an arrow path, but unfortunately for Maxime, an obvious path to the draw.
Yeah, rook g5 here, the move we were expecting, the move that has been played by Richard Rapport. MVL gives a check on a2. The king is going to drop back. And the question is, how progress? The answer is, there's no way.
Yeah, we don't see a way king to e1 anytime the black king crosses forward. Rook check will drive it away, and no way to break through. I don't even see any try at all here. Maybe you can give a check with black's rook, and maybe a decision at least needs to be made. What about this? If I go this way with the white king, then I think black can... Ooh, not king d2 apparently. How does black clinch this one now? Ooh, do we step back? Oh, this is classy. Now that the king is cut, d2 forces promotion in the next move. So the king has to go the other way. One of the next king could try and come in.
Surely that's what MVL will go for, I imagine. Can I play rook g4?
Yeah, the problem with rook g4 is as soon as you kind of give up any checks from behind,
okay, rook f5 then.
Good idea. Although rook f5 does drop the g2 pawn.
Okay, never mind. Let's go back. Now you understand why I hate all endgames.
Yeah, I mean, any games like this can be easy to hate when there's no obvious moves. I guess better system of elimination then. We just push. And okay, all we check, but yeah, I think we can just push the pawn. Black doesn't have any direct threats. As soon as the rook goes away, then we start checking. But yeah, this is certainly what Maxime is going to try. This is the game position. After the check, the king drops back. And not much time for it now, so I think we'll see a resolution to this game shortly.
Yeah, sorry, just going completely lost my
Still
train.
gonna sneeze or?
No, I just completely lost my train of thought. I was looking at the picture, and I thought the picture was frozen, and then I understood, no, it's just the players are not moving at all. Something started happening in the background. Complete focus, as they know, yes, I think both players realize it is a draw, but Rubber still has to defend accurately.
Yeah, I think he's done everything right though. He's done all the hard work. He's survived the worst. And as you mentioned, his moves are forced. A lot of these lines where kind of what can go wrong. It's very much a talk road. There's either a right answer or another which is easily spotted. So, okay, king to e3, met by a check. I think we'll see the position repeat itself here. I think my Sebastian grew up maybe just playing to build up a bit of time on the clock next to the increment.
Yeah, the problem is that he will have seen this position arise already from a while back, and the fact that he hasn't shown anything yet, of course, we have the support of Anand. MVL knows that. I think it's just those final moments always so difficult to admit that you missed a big chance to win an important game.
Yeah, and okay, we see a check there from black that really doesn't help at all. Being now improved. Better surely than giving another check with black's rook. Just repeating the position here. The problem is, yes, you give yourself a bit more time, but you also give your opponent more time. And if objectively it's a drawn position anyway, you're only helping them to kind of have that extra few seconds to confirm things.
I'm just struggling to see what is MVL going to try at all. It feels he's tried everything he could.
He's asked the questions, report has had the answers, and this game will surely be a draw now. It's heartbreaking though, that feeling that you let the team down. I mean, he was, well, he put up this valiant effort. He was on the brink of winning with black on board one. It's so rare at this level. Beats an elite grandmaster.
I think it was the first game in this match that we think there's going to be a full point here coming from the NES leader, MVL. And we see the NES captain there in the background with Jean-Claude, former president of the French Federation. He knows Maxime well. I don't think he will react too harshly. They will need to build MVL up. It will be a tough loss, but there's still two rounds to go. If they want to have medals, they will need to win the two remaining matches.
That's right. And okay, he went for that 50-50 decision. He gave a check on e2. White's king had to slide in front of the d pawn. The chance is to try and come in with the black king. I don't see any other way to make progress at all. If you move the black rook away, white will happily start pushing the h pawn and creating some counterplay. He does come in. There we go. E3, and I'm just wondering how big the margin for error is here. Okay, yeah, as we were predicting, white can just wait in any way. You can move your rook, or you can push your h-pawn. I think he'll push the h-pawn, and black doesn't have a threat. That's the issue. Yeah, you're always going to meet any rook move next with the check behind.
How much longer do you think this game will go? How will it end? Will MVL just...
He knows we're watching. He knows I like 100-move games. So,
Where are we at? We're still a fair way. We're on move 70 right now.
he'll go for the maximum number of moves. Okay, I've cracked that trick way too many times. And
tomorrow you're on a ban from that show. One day off.
I should have used it yesterday. I went home last night and I was regretting it so much because we saw Maxime Lagarde take on Maxime Rothstein and I didn't make any jokes about their names.
Do you ever prepare your jokes in advance?
No.
Oh, did we see a handshake?
We did